Konnichiwa, my swordlings! And welcome back to Fighting Streamers 2 Single Player. We are back, my swordlings. We are back, and the internet is back. So, for this stream, I decided that we are gonna be doing a SephirothSword57 show marathon, where we'll be watching all of the canon SephirothSword57 episodes in timeline order. Not in chronologically ordered, but in timeline order, which means that, well, we'll be watching the story from the beginning and see it unfold all the way up to SephirothSword57 Gaiden. Back in business, yes we are. Welcome, my swordlings, welcome. Now I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, and also, as you can see, I'm sure some of you swordlings have noticed, there are new emotes, or emojis, for the stream, on YouTube that is. On Twitch you still have the same ones as always, but there's a few new ones, and there's actually more slots available that I don't even have enough emotes, so I'm going to need some new ones to add. And I'm not sure yet what I'm going to add. I'm going to take a little look, have a little, well, I'm going to look through some videos and some video games and try to come up with some ideas for new ones. And for if you swordlings have any suggestions, let me know. Either here on YouTube or on Twitter, if you have any emotes you would like featuring me, SephirothSword57, or anything related to SephirothSword57 and the show. Now, is any swordling member in here who can show off all the emotes for everyone? Or the emojis for... It would be highly appreciated. Can some of the remaining Twitch emote be used? I sort of missed the eye-popping one. Which one? Oh, I see, the animated ones? Well, that one is, none of the animated ones work on YouTube. The YouTube don't have animated. That's right, Bombi-san, they don't have that. Also, Bin-san, arigato for showing off. Now, unfortunately, this chat that I have does not show the emotes, so you can't see them on screen. But if you are on YouTube, on the YouTube chat, you'll see them right now. We need a Seth scared emote. Oh, that's a good idea. I can look into that. Yes, there's one. Maybe the one. So I have one that's from the Smash Brothers review. That's an animated one where I open my eyes. You know, when it's a close up of my eyes and I open my eyes. It's when I'm about to catch the Smash Brothers game. What are we watching today, friends? We are watching the SephirothSword57 show. Oh, from one of the thumbnails? Oh, yeah, that was one made by an old editor of mine. But maybe that one could work. I watched the Riverside Morning Talk twice. I did not make it live. It was midnight in NYC, and it was Super Sugoi. You were very nice to the lady and her kawaii inu. That was really Sugoi. Well, arigato, Vincent. I am glad some of you Solings enjoyed those IRL streams. I did 2 of them. One of them was in the early morning by one of the, well, on side of the river that I recorded when I did a video with Joachim a few years back. We hiked to that area, and I decided to do another hike just to do a stream in the morning. One thing that I wished I did was that I actually brought with me breakfast instead of eating it before the stream. That would have been really nice for the stream. So, yes, we will be jumping into the marathon in a little bit. Now, I will say, my swordlings, this is gonna be a long one. I counted how long all the episodes will be, and it's about 5 hours long. Now, I intend to watch all of it this stream. It's going to be a long stream. Now, if you can't make it through all the way and have to leave, I guess that's just how it is. But I intend on staying and watching everything. I will be doing live commentary on my old videos, maybe some fun trivia about the making of it, or maybe some, well, maybe if you Swordlings have any question during the review, you can leave it in chat and I can answer it. I can pause some of the videos to answer some questions. That was a funny and small prank. Totemo subarashi. Or the Super Omnislash would have been Super Sugoi for YouTube as well. Oh, well, let's say hello to a bunch of Swordlings before we start as well. Robo-san, Vin-san, Prince-san, Womi-san, Jessie-chan, Dain-chan, Yekiterio-san, Speedoro Dono. Welcome to the stream. Let's go for another 5 minutes before we get started. I'm very excited for this. I have done a marathon in the past, but I put it up as a premiere video instead that was pre-recorded, and I was just in chat. Oh yes, by the way, the reason why I'm able to make this work is that I have all the videos downloaded on my computer, and I can just play it directly. And that way it works in this OBS. So no issue there. I still can't get YouTube videos to work though, which is I don't know what the I've talked to Joachim. He's been busy, so he's not been able to stop by. So happy your internet is finally back. Yes, finally. So yesterday I called them and they said, okay, we're going to be turning it on. It might take a couple of hours. And I thought, okay, so maybe I might be able to do a stream. It's what I thought yesterday. But no, it got too late and I didn't get to prepare properly. So I decided it was better to just wait. Although there is a video up with highlight from my Vtuber debut. So if you haven't seen that stream or just want to be reminded and go over some of the best moments of that stream, go and check it out. And yes, I am. The drink of choice today is Pepsi. Yes, yokoso to all of you. And arigato Vomi-san. Yes, there's the link to the video if you want to check it out. Now this is gonna be interesting. Some of these videos I haven't seen in quite a while. Kante-san, I am having a terrible day. I place my trust in that this stream cheers me up. Don't worry, we will. This is going to be a marathon. We will be watching a lot of old videos today. And I might do some commentary about, because I'm definitely going to have small moments where I can see, oh, I could have maybe done this part differently, or maybe I could have added this into this review. There's gonna be moments like that because we're gonna be watching old reviews of mine. But overall, I remember I watched these videos a few years ago, and I have rewatched them over the years, and I never think that anything I've said had been something that I disagree with to this day. I am correct on all of these opinions that are being shown. Now, that of course excludes the Chrono Trigger video, because that was made mostly as a joke. That was just a little fun video I made where I made some I just wanted to make some well, you could say some angry reviewer-esque video where I thought it would be funny to swear a little bit and add some stuff. So of course I did a re-review of Chrono Trigger, and that's the one that's official to the timeline. Now you could also place the Chrono Trigger review in the timeline as well, but since it's not part of this universe's timeline, it is a... I'm going to explain once we get there. But anyway. I never drink any soda normally, but went out to get myself some canned Pepsi. It is very refreshing on a warm day. The official soda of Seph-sama. Your face should be on the can. Oh, I would love to do a sponsorship with Pepsi. Pepsi, if you are listening, I gladly do a sponsorship with you. Let's partner up. Ritten-san, yokoso. Will this be on YouTube video as well? Well, yes-san, all the streams are available on YouTube, so if you go and check out the archived, which is called the live tab on my channel, you will see all the previous streams, and this will be one of them. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if the videos... Well, we have all the videos in here, and I don't know if some of them have music that can be copyright claimed. I hope not. I was making sure that a lot of the videos didn't use copyrighted music, and if they do, I will have to figure it out. As long as the stream still stays up on the channel, I'm happy. But if it has to be taken down or be blocked, I'm going to have to mute some parts of the stream in case that happens. But hopefully we don't have to worry about that. Okay. Yes. Arigato, Vomi-san. Yes, some of the streams are up on the VOD channel. Now, that one will not be as active anymore, but there are a couple of streams there if you want to check them out. Okay. So let's get started, shall we, my swordlings? Here we are. Alright, so. Since next week is just around the corner, do you know when you plan on doing your Subarashi workout this week, Sensei? I don't know. I will see. I'm not sure yet. Comrade-san, yokoso. So this is the first video. This is the SephirothSword57 review. Of it is the definitive special edition review of Chrono Trigger. So for now, let's pause the music, the BGM, and let's pay attention to this review. Now I'm going to make sure the audio is good too when we start. Who are these 122 bakas who have disliked this masterpiece? Oh, the video. Yes, this is the old review. All my old reviews actually have can you copy this as YouTube is a baka? Oh, is that a post? I can't access that, but maybe someone in. Yes, you can't unless you're a moderator. You can't post links in the chat. Unfortunately. But here it is. This is the Chrono Trigger Definitive Special Edition review. So. But I can't look at that. I don't have that chat open for that to look, Pasta-san. Especially since it's not a proper link. But is there a way for me to actually... What is that? Yes, I can't access. YouTube blocks it. Why is that? Oh, it's fan art. Naruhodo. Well, let's take a look at that. Hopefully it works. Do you not have Twitter? I don't know how to open that. I don't know how to do it. Well, we will have to look into that. It's too bad that this doesn't just work. Why don't they just have... Oh, you send it on Twitter. Okay, Subarashi. Alright. Well, I will... Of course, remember to use the hashtag SephirothSword if you want to use the hashtag, so it's easier for us to find it. But for now, let's take a look at Chrono Trigger, the definitive special edition review, my swordlings. Ikuse.
Don't play that game, but play Chrono Trigger. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day.
This video is from this year, by the way. How's the audio? It should be good. So yes, I traveled back in time in another universe.
SephirothSword57. And first off, I would like to thank Dave Pretendo for letting me...
Who are you? Wait, are you?
I'm SephirothSword57. I'm you from the future.
Wow, I'm here to help you improve your skills and knowledge as a YouTube reviewer.
I can't wait. I'm more than willing to learn. Doso.
Alright then.
This is really
but
cool.
You better get ready. It's gonna be tough.
So I went back in time to show myself how to review games properly. So this is a different timeline where SephirothSword57 of the SephirothSword57 show learned from the future Seph how to be a better reviewer, and that split off in its own timeline to create
now
the timeline we all know and love.
I finally taught you how to be a great reviewer. It's now time for me to leave.
Hold on, Sensei. I can't express how fortunate I am to learn from someone as talented and incredible as you. And it pains me that I wasn't able to give something in return for your kindness.
Don't say it like that. I've learned a lot from this experience myself, and I know that you will be going very far in the future.
Sensei, you are the best sensei I've ever had, and I will do my best to live up to your expectations. You are amazing, and I'm sure you're going to reach 1 million subscribers soon.
And I believe in your skills and passion to ensure a brighter future for all the swordlings out there. And remember, you are still new to this whole YouTuber business. Don't feel like you have to fight everything on your own. You have friends around you that you can rely on when you need to.
Alright, I will. Before you go, I just want to say,
Arigato, SephirothSword57.
I will see you around.
I'm particularly happy with that moment. Oh, and a new and improved intro.
Hi, I'm SephirothSword57. And first off, I would like to
Introduce a good friend of mine who I met off camera and will be helping me with the review. Come in here, Chrono. That's right, the first appearance of Chrono in the show. Hello there.
Now, on to the review. The game
We're
gonna review today is called Chrono Trigger. Whoops! This is the wrong game. There we go. Chrono Trigger is often placed very high in top 10 lists.
And it has
And it's
music.
regarded as one of the best games ever made. Which is true, if you ask me. Chrono Trigger was released in the 90s for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System by Squaresoft, who is today known as Square Enix.
But you should never play that version. Instead, you should play the PlayStation version, because that version has really cool anime cutscene animation. And it's also on a much superior system, who has better games. Yes?
Now, the game was created by Hironobu Sakaguchi, who also created Final Fantasy VII, which is considered one of the best games to ever be released, which I agree with. We also have the composer, Nobuo Uematsu, who also worked on Final Fantasy VII, and also Akira Toriyama, which is probably the only name you need to hear in order to know it's gonna be Super Sugoi. He is the creator of Dragon Ball, and make some of the best fan art around. Now you might say that the graphics looks bad in comparison with games today. In which case you're totally wrong. The graphics look amazing, and it still holds up to this day. But the graphics is not the only thing that is amazing. The story, the gameplay, the characters, the soundtrack, all of them is god tier great.
Yes.
My favorite part of the game is when they realize that the world is gonna get destroyed. One of the finer moments in the game, but far from the only one. You will see parts similar like this later in the game. Now this part here is also really good. The part when Chrono dies. Now, let's talk about the characters. First off, we have
You,
Chrono. Just look at this.
amazing character design.
He has a sword and has red hair. Just look at him. Who doesn't want to play with a ginger Goku? I sure would.
Thanks, SephirothSword57.
Next up, we have...
Ayla, right?
Now that is what I call a good female character. Strong and good looking. What I would do to be able to wrestle around with this lady here. Next up is Magus.
And this is another great character with an intriguing backstory. He is a magic user who you first meet in the past, who traveled to the future from the past, and he is also included in Chrono Cross as the character Guile, who has amnesia. Unfortunately,
He joins you so late in the game that he barely gets any kind of character development. Anyway, it's only a blemish on an otherwise perfect game.
Yes, so that part was so much improved compared to the old one. In the old one, a lot of, well, I put in a little joke there talking about Magus, how while I am disappointed that we didn't get more of him in the actual game as a party member, he's still a great character. But as you know, YouTube videos back in those days, when you made stuff like that, is that you need to exaggerate. And I made it look like he was a bad character in the game, just for fun. Now, afterwards, I did regret it. After I made my Dark Souls video, I knew that, oh wow, I made some mistakes in the original. And now we finally have a version of the Chrono Trigger review that just it holds up, and it is also factual, which is very nice. Let's watch the rest of it.
Now, there's only one more thing I like to talk about.
This is also better.
And it's this.
Chrono Cross.
I have no words to describe how
Amazing this game is. While it is very different from Chrono Trigger, it was able to form its own identity while also being a worthy and graceful sequel. And you can actually experience this game right now on the PlayStation 4.
You can.
Because Square Enix was clever enough to create a remake of the original, called Chrono Cross, the Radical Dreamers Edition.
play that game. And play Chrono Trigger.
Thank you so much for watching, my loyal swordlings. And I hope that you have a good night, evening, morning,
Or
or
day.
day.
Wow. Well, we are starting off with a bang, right? So yes, that was the first review, my swordlings. The first in the timeline. Now, what happens here? Well, first off, this is the first video. A SephirothSword57 from a... Let's turn on the BGM so we can have this talk. I think it's important to tell you why. Okay, so in this review, a SephirothSword57 from another dimension and timeline decided to, well, I guess it's a parallel timeline, and he uses the epoch to go back in time. But going back in time and interacting with yourself creates a new timeline. And the only way for the epoch in this universe to travel is to travel from one destination and then back to where you came from. So, the SephirothSword57 from that other timeline that came to the SephirothSword57 of the SephirothSword57 show timeline actually went after the review, went back into the epoch and back to his dimension, and continue on his life. Now that SephirothSword57 doesn't show up in the SephirothSword57 show. However, he has created reviews. Dark Souls is one of them. I believe there's the Fortnite review, the Golden Sun review. He has created reviews on his own that is not part of the SephirothSword57 show timeline, because it's in a different dimension and it's not the same SephirothSword57. So that's why we're only following the timeline, because this is the first video. The original Chrono Trigger review is from the other SephirothSword57, who created those. Other reviews that aren't in the timeline. So, another thing that happened is that Chrono is now part of the timeline. Metaru-san, konnichiwa, yokoso. Welcome. Yes, he meets Chrono for the first time. Now it happens between the other SephirothSword57 leaving in the epoch and the review, so you don't get to see it in the actual review. But they do meet, and he invites him onto doing the review with him. So the first of SephirothSword57's friends is Chrono. So yes, that's why it's the first video in the timeline. Dine-san, yes, is one of the original swordlings. Yes. You're blowing my mind with this multi-dimensional science talk. Well, it can be a little bit complicated, especially if you're new to the SephirothSword57 show. However, there is more to come and it would make sense. So, let's head on to the next review. So what's the next one? I'm sure those of you who have studied the timeline well and watched my timeline stream would know. Alright. This is the old intro.
Hi, I'm SephirothSword57, and welcome back. I have been playing video games since I was a small child.
Now, the SephirothSword57 you see in front of you right here is a SephirothSword57 from 2014. Now, this is a video I recorded a little while after the Chrono Trigger one, the original Chrono Trigger review. And in this one is he's reviewing Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, you might be wondering, hey, I don't remember this video. I never watched this one. Well, this video was lost, believe it or not. I recorded the video and I thought, well, I should probably release it, but I was working on the Sonic Adventure 2 review and the Dark Souls review at the same time. So I wasn't sure if I was gonna upload it, and then what happened then? Well, Dokkan, my computer was exploded. Not really. It just broke down, and I needed to get a new hard drive and a bunch of other stuff. And that I thought everything before that was lost. This review was lost. Now, fortunately enough, I did find this old hard drive at my parents' place that I used for recording this review that you see here, and I was able to recover some of it. I was curious if I had some of my old stuff on it. I had forgotten about this review. So, when I saw there was a video called Sonic the Hedgehog Review, there was a huge, I felt this huge rush of nostalgia and memories come back to me. That's right, I made a video like this. So, without further ado.
So I thought it would be a good idea for my second review to be about something
Second
very
review.
special. The first game I ever owned. And that game is Whoops. I guess I left this here on a mistake.
You can tell I sound a little bit different here.
Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog was released for the Sega Mega Drive in 1991. And it's amazing and can be enjoyed by any ages to this day. This was at a time when Sega was at the top of their game, and they were kicking ass. The goal of Sonic the Hedgehog is to run fast, jump on enemies, jump on TVs to get rings and power-ups.
Yes, I might be a little bit... I was still in this phase where I was using a lot of swears and stuff. I don't typically do that. I mostly just did it for videos back then, because it would be... Well, a lot of videos did that, so I kind of just latched on to that part of YouTube where I don't typically do that because it's just unnecessary and it's a little bit crude. But aside from that, I would change that. But aside from that, everything I say here is still very true. I am confused. Why do you say you're a Vtuber? I am a Vtuber. I am a live action Vtuber. So, yes. Before Nintendo tries to contaminate Sega's great name. Exactly.
And collect the Knights of the Round materia to beat Sephiroth. Wait, that's not it. Silly me. Sonic the Hedgehog is a true classic. But for some reason, there are some people out there who is trying to hate on Sonic.
It's true, still
they
is.
They are Nintendo fanboys, and they are jealous because they don't have a cool mascot like Sonic. I mean, just look. I don't even have to say anything. Sonic has this cool, slick blue design with an attitude to match. And what is this? Just some old guy with suspenders and a mustache? Boring! The point is, Sega is better than Nintendo. The goal of Sonic the Hedgehog is to get to the end of the game. There are 7 zones, and each zone has 3 acts. Wow, that's a fuck ton of content right there. But that is not all, because at the end of every 3rd act, you have to fight the evil menacing villain of the Sonic world, Eggman. And you have to defeat him by attacking his robotic ass. Wow,
yes.
Is that Shadow the Hedgehog?
I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Shadow. I'm SephirothSword57. I'm currently reviewing one of my favorite games ever, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh cool, this is a very good game, but it would have been even better if I was in it.
I agree, but how
I
about
agree.
you join the review, Shadow?
Sure thing, SephirothSword57.
Now, let's talk about Chaos Emeralds. Okay, so here is something about the game that sucks. You need to collect 6 Chaos Emeralds in the secret stages to get the true ending of the game. But other than that, the Chaos Emeralds don't do anything. You can't even turn into Super Sonic. Come on, Sega. This would have been such a cool feature.
Well,
But
Well,
instead,
sure.
you have to wait until Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Yeah, you can't even do chaos control like I do.
Exactly. I'm sure that we will get to that game later.
We
But
will.
for now, that is the end of this video. Make sure to go and play Sonic. It is great and you will not regret it. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night,
evening, morning,
or
or day.
Bye!
So yes, that's the second review. The second official review and the introduction of Shadow the Hedgehog. Now, I do think I was a little bit harsh. I did say there's a thing in the game that sucks. I wouldn't go that far now. That's another one of those exaggerations that you did on YouTube back then. It's a product of its time, my sortlings. I I don't think it's bad. I just thought it would have been. Well, I do agree that it would have been cool if the Chaos Emeralds did something else, like they did in Sonic Adventure 2, or Sonic the Hedgehog 2, firstly, which is well. Which they probably didn't even think about back then. They were just trying to make an entertaining platformer featuring a blue hedgehog that ran fast, and that was the appeal. And with the second game, they decided to add some cool features. So yes, that's how it is. Have you played Mr. Bean's Wacky World? No, I don't know what that is. Parade-san, Yokoso, welcome. Minto-san, welcome. Classic Sonic episode. Yes, that's right. So yes, that's the second review. Only notable thing that of the timeline that happens is, of course, Shadow. The introduction of Shadow. Now, some of you might think, hold on here, the Sonic Adventure 2 review is where you introduce Shadow, isn't it? Well, if you look at it chronologically, it was the first video to feature Shadow the Hedgehog as one of SephirothSword57's friends. But, not in the timeline. This is the first one where they meet. Anyway, on to the next review.
Hello there.
Okay.
Every single one of us has that one game. That one game that showed us a different part of the gaming industry that we've never experienced before. And changed how we saw video games forever. And that game is
Final Fantasy VII.
January 31st, 1997 is the date that changed everything, and we all got to experience the flawless masterpiece that is Final Fantasy VII.
Arigato for the follow.
Games can be more than
subscription.
just games, with spectacular gameplay, mesmerizing cinematic, a supreme soundtrack, and well-written characters.
Yes.
And now we get to experience this life-changing moment once again with the release of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
That's right. This video is a review of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Right, my swordlings. After 15 years in development, Final Fantasy VII Remake was supposed to be released for the supreme PlayStation 3, but it skipped that generation entirely to give it more time in the development chamber, to then be released now in 2020 for the PlayStation 4. Square Enix didn't forget, and Final Fantasy VII Remake
This was my
coming
childhood
out
game.
as a PlayStation
Same
4
here.
exclusive at that. This announcement shook the whole gaming industry. History has repeated itself, and for those who unfortunately missed it the first time it was released, you finally get to experience the release of Final Fantasy VII together with us true Final Fantasy VII fans. Congratulations!
That's right.
Now, it's gonna be hard to review the best game of all times to come for a second time. But let's get into it. Whoa! Who's there? Show yourself! Wait! You are
Cloud.
Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII!
That is indeed me.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Cloud. I'm SephirothSword57.
It's a pleasure to meet you, SephirothSword57. I felt the presence of a very talented objective reviewer nearby, so I had to check it out, and it led me to you.
Oh, then you've definitely come to the right place. And what great timing! I'm just about to play your game, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Care to join me, Cloud?
Right on.
Right. This game is amazing.
Wow, look at the combat, Cloud. It looks amazing.
You have seen nothing yet, SephirothSword57. Check out this limit break.
Oh, Kami-sama! The graphics are really amazing. Tifa looks so kawaii here.
Yeah.
Yes, his personality.
Here we go. Airbuster fight.
Well, I can talk
Tough
about it.
battle, but I'm sure you can defeat it, SephirothSword57.
Arigato, Cloud. I will do my best.
I'll talk about it after the review.
Yatta! It's okay, Cloud. I understand.
This game looks really fun. You mind if I play it for a bit?
Oh, go ahead, Cloud. Have fun. Cloud, we have to save Tifa from Don Corneo.
Yes, SephirothSword57. Let's go. It's not that funny.
Oh, great. Tifa is finally safe.
Yeah. Enough already.
Okay, Cloud. Gomenasai. I won't do it again. Now, Cloud, why didn't you just step to the side so you didn't have to fall into the hole? This could have been easily avoided.
That's true.
Well... Oh, look! A boss fight!
Okay. That's right! Sector 7 is about to be destroyed! We have to save everyone!
Where is Barrett, Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge? We have to find them.
I'm on it!
Hold on, let me read. I saw some. Oh, Paradise-san, do you like Metal Gear? I do like the earlier titles, but you can tell with each game that the Kojima, Mr. Kojima, started to sway away from Japanese game design and trying to appeal to Westerners and Hollywood more and more, and he became obsessed with the West. So with each game, you can tell the Westernness just seeps into the titles, in a bad way. And while the last, or was it walking, the fetus walking game that he made, that was just a Western game. In general, it was terrible. The last one he made, and I don't support Kojima because he's the whole situation with Konami, his narcissistic tendencies, and his his way of wasting money, which he obviously learned from spending time with too many Hollywood actors. It's rubbed off on him, and he needs to have a reality check. I think that he has started becoming more Western, and he's barely Japanese at this point. So, Kojima used to make good games. Now he's just he is a shadow of his former self. I can tell you that. He used to be great, but well, maybe he will change for the better. We don't know. I highly doubt it, though. Anyway, let's get back. Seth is more Japanese. Well, in a sense, yes. Because I respect the culture while Kojima spits on it. So, well, that's just how it is. How do you do, fellow otaku? We are doing good. Now, let's continue the review. I just wanted to answer that.
The Turks again. Let's get rid of these bakas.
No problem.
Oh no, and now Ares has been captured by Shinra.
We have to head to their headquarters and rescue her.
Hold on, Cloud. We have to make sure that Mari is okay. Okay, she's safe.
Wow, there's so much stuff to look at here.
We don't have time for this. We have to find Ares.
Oh, that's right.
Keep this moment in
Look, it's Professor Hojo.
mind.
He knows where Ares is. Let's go after him.
Yes, we saved Ares. Let's get out of here. It can't be.
No.
Sephiroth!
Sephiroth!
Damn it. I wanted to fight him.
It's too early for that, Cloud. You have to wait until the end of the game first.
You're right, SephirothSword57.
And now Sephiroth killed the president. And then he killed Barret.
But more importantly, there's this super cool fight against Unova and Rufus coming up.
Wow, a Genova fight already. This is Super Sugoi.
Indeed.
Now let's show Rufus what we got. Take that, Rufus.
Shinra will be after the party if we stay here.
You're right, Cloud. Time to escape Midgard. But what is this? This is new.
I have no idea either.
Wait, is that...
Yokoso, Nono-san.
No way.
Sack Fair!
Whoa!
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Whoa!
Whoa!
Yes,
Look forward to part 2.
He's alive! This has been amazing so far. It can't get better than this. Wow! This is subarashi. There's even a fight against Sephiroth himself.
This truly is the best game ever made.
We did it, Cloud. We reached the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Now, that was absolutely Sugoi.
Yes, so that was the end of the playthrough, and from the rest of the video I'm going to talk about some other interesting things. But before we do that, let's go over some of the things that happened during the review. So, here we see the introduction of Cloud from Final Fantasy VII into the SephirothSword57 show. Right? It's great. I think Kojima could be redeemed, but it would demand a great deal of humbleness on his side, and I'm afraid his ego has taken over his soul. Exactly, Kabuki-san. That's exactly. You're right. But one way he could seek redemption is to go on a pilgrimage to Square Enix headquarters and bow down and beg President Yosuke Matsuda for forgiveness. He should. I agree. Maybe he could start working for Square Enix. He could, if he truly cared. Now, I think it's something in the back of his mind that is still Japanese. There's still a part of him that is Japanese, and I think it's something that he either suppresses or that it just for some reason he thinks that he should appeal to Westerners. I think seeing all the Westerners complaining about his new game and seeing how opinionated and rude Westerners are probably gave him a little bit of he understood that maybe appealing to Westerners isn't the way to go, because Westerners will never be satisfied. What they want, here's what Westerners want in games, and you see this all the time. They demand things to be added to games or movies or anything art related. They want specific things to be added because they're selfish. Instead of experiencing a piece of art made by an artist the way it's supposed to be, you are experiencing their art. You have nothing to do with it. But Westerners think that they have the right to have certain things in other people's art. It's selfish. Maybe Kojima will realize that. Anyway, you have some interesting opinions. I do agree that Metal Gear Solid has changed a lot over the years. Yes, exactly. Do you consume / like any Western media, e.g. Western TV, like Breaking Bad, Friends, etc.? No. The only one I enjoyed back in the day was Twin Peaks. I watched when I was younger, and I do remember enjoying that a lot. I was back in the 90s. I was still young too, so I'm not sure how I would feel about it today, but I have good memories from it. I watched a couple of Kubrick movies back in the day and remember that he enjoyed the way he created movies was actually inspired by a lot of Japanese artists. So it's you can tell in the writing and in the techniques used that there's a lot of Japaneseness infused into the products. So yes. Yes, did you see that the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake? Now, good thing is that Kojima isn't part of that, hopefully. Current Kojima he can't be trusted right now. David Lynch, yeah, that's right, he's the Twin Peaks guy, right? Has a creative integrity of a Japanese artist. It seems like it. But anyway, my Swordlings, we are getting off track. Hopefully I answered some of your questions, but for the rest of this video, I will be talking about Final Fantasy VII Part 2 that is coming out. Now, back then it didn't have the Rebirth name like it had now, but that is the one I'm talking about Rebirth. Are you going to continue your playthrough? I've never played that. Stop asking. Are you the person who keeps telling me I play that garbage criminal game? Stop asking that every stream. I've already answered you every single time. You're getting... If you say any more than that, One-san, if you are mentioning that game once again, I am going to have to time you out, okay? Enough is enough. We do not talk. Follow the rules. There are rules down below that you can check out. We don't talk about stuff like that, okay? Anyway, for the rest of this video, I'm talking about some interesting theories and things that could happen in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So, let's pay attention, my swordlings. This is interesting stuff. Wouldn't you agree, Cloud?
Yes, this was a great experience, and I'm glad I got to experience it with my new best friend, SephirothSword57.
Well said, Cloud. And the ending. Wow. Just wow.
There are so many places they can go with this.
Exactly. Now the first and biggest thing to bring up is that Zack Fair is alive and well.
Yeah, that surprised me as well.
Now for those of you who don't know or don't remember, Zack Fair was the main character of Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core for the PSP. And he was considered dead by the time Final Fantasy VII takes place. So this is a big reveal of what we can expect from Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I bet Zack will be a new party member in the upcoming games.
Oh, that is a guarantee. Yokoso Goku-san. Now, Cloud and the Swordlings, there's something I want you to take into consideration when it comes to the ending of this game. You see, there seems to be some kind of space-time manipulation going on in this game. And that was not present in the original.
That is true. What do you think they're gonna do with the new plot mechanic, SephirothSword57?
Well, there are a couple of things that are pretty much confirmed after what we've been exposed to in this game. And one of them I think you are gonna like a lot, Cloud. And that is that Aeris will not die in Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's right.
Huh? Really? You see, there's a line from Sephiroth during the battle between them. Take a listen. What is this in reference to, you might ask? Well, I know this is very hard to watch for us Final Fantasy VII fans, but this scene is very important to what I'm about to say. In the original Final Fantasy VII, there is a scene where Sephiroth jumps down from above with his Masamune and stabs Aeris in the back and through her abdomen, which tragically ends up killing her in one blow. If we rewind time a bit and put a timer in the corner, we will see something very interesting.
Take a look.
Well, what do we have here? That's right, this is what Sephiroth meant by 7 seconds till the end. What will Cloud do with it? Well, he's obviously going to save Aeris so that Sephiroth doesn't stab and kill her with his Masamune. Wow, SephirothSword57. Does that mean that Aeris will be fine?
Yes, Cloud, you don't have to be worried. Aeris is gonna be completely fine.
Thank you, SephirothSword57.
But that is not the only thing that is going to happen. I have something even more impressive and cool to reveal.
Really? That's great. I can't wait to hear what you have to say, SephirothSword57.
Okay, so let's think back to the time when we were in the Shinra headquarters.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of things to look at there, but we had to hurry and save Aeris.
Kev-san,
We couldn't really
arigato
waste
for the
much time there.
$5.
That's right. But I noticed something interesting there.
Okay, take a
This is a
look.
photo of the founders of Shinra. And there is one person here that looks very familiar. Can you Swordling spot them? That's right. This person here with the mask. Who is this? Well, it's none other than Mr. Shinra himself. But hold on. Sorry for interrupting you, SephirothSword57. But there's no mention of this in the game that proves that this man in the photo is Mr. Shinra.
Yes, Cloud, you are completely correct. There's not a single mention of him in this game.
Ah, you're talking about Avenged Children, Crisis Core, Before Crisis, and Dirge of Cerberus. But from my recollection, I'm pretty sure that we never got to hear his name in any of those games either.
Yes, and once again, you are completely correct, Cloud.
This is really
But
cool.
How?
Now listen closely.
The game I'm talking about is Final Fantasy X-2 for the Supreme PlayStation 2. In that game, there is a young Albed scientist who wears the same mask as the person in the old photo. It's undeniably the same person.
And he's called
And
Shinra
this
as
boy's
well.
name is Shinra, and the Shinra company is named after him. The world of Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X are officially, with this piece of information, connected. And if you're skeptical to this information, let me just tell you that Yoshinori Kitase himself already revealed that these worlds are connected back in 2017. So the question is, how did Shinra and the other founders found their way to planet Gaia? Space travel would be the logical conclusion. But with the fact that space-time manipulation is possible in this universe, it would make more sense that they arrived on Gaia through some form of dimension shift portal or time travel device. That is amazing, but what does that mean for the future of Final Fantasy VII Remake?
A lot, actually.
With this, it's
So
confirmed
cool.
that Final Fantasy VII and X are connected, and any characters from Final Fantasy X and X-2 will make an appearance in Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 and forward. Tidus, Oren, Yuna, Riku, Lulu, and even Waka can be a party member and help Cloud and the others take down the evil Sephiroth. But with Final Fantasy VII and X being connected, that opens up a lot of possibilities, and there could even be more Final Fantasy games connected with 7.
This is...
That means that any character from any Final Fantasy could make an appearance in the future.
That's really
That
exciting.
makes sense. Wow, I could just imagine a party with me, Squall, and Noctis fighting together. This is gonna be amazing.
That's right, Cloud. And I'm sure you Swordlings are excited about the future of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I myself am excited for what the masterminds over at Square Enix are cooking up. Arigato for this amazing experience, Nomura-san, Toriyama-san.
Alright.
What am I supposed to play now that I played the best game of all times to come? I'm too excited for part 2 that I don't want to play anything else.
Well, I can help you out with that.
Who's there? Show yourself.
Hello there, I'm Link from the Legend of Zelda series. I heard you were looking for a great game to play. I have one right here, and it's even better than Final Fantasy VII. It's called The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Wow, look at this baka, Cloud.
Yeah, what an idiot.
Huh?
Let's show this little nerd what a real video game character is capable of.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait! Ouch! No! Stop!
Cloud, throw the destruct materia on him.
Huh? Huh? But why?
Come on, it will be funny. I won't forget it.
And that's the end of the review. Well, my swordlings, I guess this video confirms this is the first appearance of Link in the SephirothSword57 show as well. He will make an appearance later as well. We will get to that, of course. But yes, that was a very funny scene. I do think the theories are very cool, though, right? I can't wait for Rebirth to be released. Link, what a joke. Exactly. Now, that was great. That was a good time. Good review and good theories. Hold up really well. Aside from the Final Fantasy VII Part 2 thing. It is called Rebirth, but I didn't know it back then. Nobody knew the actual name of the second game. Now we know, though. Anyway, my swordlings, that was great. The theories about, well, we're gonna have Eris. She's not going to die in the next game. And we're most likely going to see some different party members in the second game as well. Which I'm looking forward to so much. It's going to be great. Well, let's move on to the next review, my swordlings. That's right. This video right here has the highest dislike of any videos I have on the channel. So, you can guess what kind of game or what company made this game if it has so many dislikes, right? And no, it's not Symphony.
Ohio, my swordlings. I hope you had a great summer this year. How was my summer? Well, as you can see, I am currently enjoying one of my favorite Konami titles, Akumajo Dracula X, Keka no Yasukyoku, or as it's called in English, Devil's Castle Dracula X, Nocturne in the Moonlight, or the localized version, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night.
I do prefer the Japanese title, of course, but I will be calling it Symphony throughout this video, just to keep it simple.
Anyway,
Symphony was released on the classic PlayStation 1 in 1997. This game has some of the most subarashi 2D graphics for its time, during a time when a lot of games were experimenting with 3D gaming.
This game is amazing.
Some that were good, and some that were awful. But Konami didn't feel the need to jump into 3D development yet, since the world of 2D gaming had not been mastered yet.
and they made the right choice.
Gekka no Yasukyoku is a masterpiece in every sense of the word. Everything this game does is on a god tier level of Sugoi game design. Breathtaking visuals? Check. Super satisfying gameplay? Check. Amazing music? Check, check, check.
Which is all you need to be able to make a Super Sugoi action game. But guess what? Gekka no Yasukyoku does even more than just that.
This game also has a compelling story where Alucard, the son of Dracula, has woken up from his slumber and headed for Dracula's castle. feeling that something weird is going on inside his father's home. During his journey, he encounters both new and familiar characters.
Gekka no Yasukyoku has a great story and well-written characters. Which reminds me,
We can't forget the amazing voice acting that the seiyuu put their heart and soul into. And I'm not talking about that really baka voice acting we got here in the West.
Time, monster. You don't belong in this world.
So
That
bad.
was just awful. Instead, the Japanese version had some really amazing voice acting.
滅びよここはお前の住む世界ではない。私は自らの力で蘇るのではない。欲深な人間どもによって蘇るのだ。力が唯一の正義なのだからな。
Wow, Dracula's voice in this version is absolutely Sugoi. Well, this is kind of the quality I would expect from my
Wakamoto.
favorite Japanese voice actor, Wakamoto Norio.
I am sure you swordlings and anime fans recognize his voice immediately.
私は私のやり方でやっているんだ。バカめ、貴様の毒など効かんわ。Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you.
This game has so much to offer, but the biggest and most unique thing
He's
about
amazing.
this game is the non-linear approach to the gameplay. A 2D side-scrolling action platformer with a big map to explore. Gekka no Yasukyoku was the first of its kind to do this kind of...
Hey, SephirothSword57, I have some bad news about that.
Ohayo, Chrono!
That's
I'm
right.
currently doing a review of Akumajo Dracula X, Gekka no Yasukyoku, so I'm a little busy right now. What was the bad news you wanted to talk about?
Oh, gomenasai, SephirothSword57. Anyway, I heard what you were saying about Gekka no Yasukyoku being the first of its kind, but I've heard that there is a game that used the same concept before it.
Huh? Really?
Yes, at least from what I've heard. You see, back in the day when I was part of Nintendo and Chrono Trigger was released on the Super Nintendo, I heard about a side-scrolling game where you explore a big map. This game is called Super Metroid. Nintendo fanboys claim that it's supposed to be a masterpiece.
Masterpiece, huh? We will see about that.
Wait, you don't mean you're...
I'm gonna be playing it right now and see if it is a masterpiece or not.
Well then, with your knowledge of objective Japanese game design, I'm sure that you will be able to see what that game really is, SephirothSword57. Also, I hope that you don't think that I still have some loyalty left for Nintendo.
I know, Chrono. You are a close friend. And you already proven yourself when Chrono Trigger was released for the great PlayStation. You don't need to apologize anymore.
Arigato, SephirothSword57. I do regret my past, but when the superior version of my game was released for the PlayStation, I finally understood. You are a true friend, SephirothSword57.
I guess we will be checking out this game called Super Metroid.
Okay, so the beginning of this review has been talking about Symphony of the Night. I really wanted to go over how amazing Symphony of the Night was, so that when people watched me go into Super Metroid, they could compare how great the game was and then how Super Metroid does it. And I thought, well, people will, they would see straight up facts and then compare it to that game. So even people who like this garbage game can see that Symphony Gekka no Yasukyoku is a better game in general. Right? Anyone can see that. So, but as you all know, the video got more than 50% dislikes, and a bunch of Nintendo fanboys writing what would be considered novels in the comment section about how wrong I am, shows that they don't know anything about game design, and they're just bakas in general. Even when facts are staring them in the face, there's they're just too far gone. They don't. It's sad. I will go over in this review about the bad things in the game, of course. You can't expect Nintendo fans to understand facts exactly, and that's when I completely realized that not even Nintendo fanboys will never learn. They will never. It's futile to try and argue with a Nintendo fanboy. They don't know anything, and they don't understand anything. Well, it is. That's just how it is, and it is not the type of people I want to watch my videos and follow my channels anyway. Those kind of Nintendo fanboys are not welcome, and they are also just they are my haters. They've gone so far that they subscribe to the channel just to dislike my videos. I have seen it happen, or leave nasty comments. It happens often. Well, anyway, what does this beginning part have to do with the lore? Well, as you see, Chrono reveals that he was part of Nintendo, because Chrono Trigger was released for the Super Nintendo first. Which is an interesting thing to bring up. It shows that, well, it was a Square Enix product, so of course when it was released for a better system, Chrono Trigger they just improved it in every way. Better controls, better graphics with the opening and the cutscenes, amazing stuff. And well, it redeemed itself. But anyway, let's continue on with this video. They are too clouded by nostalgia. Yes, that's right. They don't care about objectivity. They just have nostalgia to rely on for everything they like in their life. So, okay, let's go.
So, apparently many people believe that this game inspired Yasukyoku with its level design. So let's see what this game has to offer.
And as soon as the game starts, I've encountered a lot of problems already.
First off, there is this introduction where you walk through a bunch of corridors and doors until you see a dragon. And then we have to run all the way back to the beginning again, but with a time limit.
Okay, what was the point of that?
We then land on this planet and the game actually starts. So what was the point of that intro stage? It was not a tutorial or something, since they didn't even show you any obstacles or enemies. And to make it even worse, you have to run back the same way you came from, instead of just skipping it. Nothing about that opening was necessary, and a complete waste of time. I took some time to figure out the controls. And wow.
This is absolutely baka.
So this game has a run button for some reason.
Yes.
Okay. So there is another Nintendo game that also has a run button. Yes, that's right. Super Mario. I see a pattern here, Nintendo.
Why make the player hold down a button? It doesn't make sense. There's no reason not to run, so am I gonna have to hold down the button?
I should be specific. There's no reason to have a run button in a 2D game. In a side-scroller game where you move left or right, why would you need a run button for that? Completely useless. Now for a 3D game where you need a lot of technical movements, it is very useful. But for a 2D game, makes no sense.
Throughout the whole game?
They could have done something more useful with that button instead, and just let you run from using the deep.
They have limited buttons to use for the game, so why waste it on something so useless like this?
Pad. Bad game design like this is expected from a baka Nintendo game, but this is just unbelievable. In Sonic the Hedgehog, you don't need a run button, and those games play perfectly.
This
Yes.
is typical toxic Nintendo game design philosophy, and it's absolutely baka.
Anyway, so I make my way through some corridors, and then I find some kind of power-up. And here is another problem. The game shows what the power-up does, but they don't show you how to do it. I was lucky to figure it out by myself pretty quickly. You have to press down twice on the D-pad, by the way. But how was I supposed to figure that out? And later you find some missiles, which actually shows you how to use them. Why couldn't they have shown me that before with the other item?
Anyway, here's another problem right away.
Missiles. So there are two problems with these. Instead of having a dedicated button for missiles,
I'm already getting a headache just remembering this. There's too many issues. I think this is the first 20 minutes of the game, and there's already so many issues. Ugh.
you have to push select to toggle them. And if you want to use the normal gun again, you have to toggle back to it. Does that make any sense at all? Especially since you had a free button that could have been used for missiles. But no, you Nintendo decided to use that button to run instead. Another thing about missiles are these locked doors where you need to use these missiles to open. But you need 5 missiles to open it. Why 5? 1 should be enough. There's no reason you have to use 5 of them for it to open.
This is getting intense. Encountering so many problems is really frustrating.
I agree.
I think I need to go for a walk.
Yes, that's a good idea.
No, wait!
I should have held down the run button, I guess.
Well then, let's get back to the review.
It's a good thing I took a little break, because this game has some garbage to throw at you. So after we go through the door, there is this unreachable item. Now, I get that you probably can get this item later in the
This
game.
is
when you
so
have the
bad.
right item, but showing an item that is just out of reach, it's just teasing and bad game design. If the item was in a room that you could not enter yet, that would make more sense. But this is just Nintendo trying to piss off the player instead of trying to make art. Now, I make my way back
agree.
because there's nothing else to do in this area. And on my way back, I stumbled upon this machine that just updates the map for me. This is quite confusing. Why would they put a mechanic like this in a game where the main point of it is to explore? Can anyone give me a reason for why this even exists? Actually, I can answer that myself.
There is no reason whatsoever.
Will there be at least one thing in this game that will be enjoyable? Not even the music, if you can call it that.
Yes,
is
there's
enjoyable.
barely any music in that
It's
game.
just a bunch of sounds with no real melody. Now I enter this item room and pick up this item. And then I have to fight a boss. So the game tricks you into thinking it's a safe area and then throws this unfair boss at you.
What? My swordlings. This is very strange. They don't include Sephiroth, a picture of Sephiroth on the character. Do you see that? They don't have Sephiroth on there. That's strange.
What if I didn't have enough HP for the fight? Not that I have to worry about it, because this fight is really easy. But that doesn't mean it's good game design.
Anyway,
I found this health extender while exploring, and this is pretty strange. So you see the number up in the top left corner. Well, that's your health.
Oh yes, this
And in
is
a
really
good game,
baka.
if you find an item that extends your health by 100, it should say 199, right? Well, instead they just decided to add a box that represents 100 HP you just picked up. It's just strange and bad game design. So I keep playing, I explore more of the map, find no items or power-ups. Then I ran into another problem. I get stuck in this hole after exploring the area.
This was...
And after trying
I
to
remember
get out
this.
for a while, I figure out that this game has a really baka and complex wall jump that I have to pull off.
This
in
is
order to get
unbelievable
out.
to
And
me.
the way you do this is... I don't know how to describe it. You have to do this spinning jump against a wall, then push the opposite direction on the D-pad. And then there is this very brief window.
This took me
where you
like
can
10
press
minutes
the
to
jump
do,
button
by
to
the
jump
way.
off
I
the wall.
remember.
It's something nobody would figure out. And of course, the game doesn't even tell you about it. I've played video games throughout my whole life, so I could figure this out after a while. But you shouldn't expect every player to be a master gamer. So I got to another boss fight and... So I got some super missiles now. And guess what? You have to push select 2 times to equip them.
Goto-san.
The more I play
Goku-san.
of this game, the more ridiculous it gets.
I don't think I need to explain why this is so baka.
So after playing for a while, finding items and power-ups along the way, I got stuck for a little bit. Because there was no way for me to explore anymore. That is until I found it. And it's so well hidden that I thought it was a secret. Now if this was a secret for an energy tank or something, I wouldn't mind. Why did they think this was a good idea? This
Yes,
game
this
has
is
a
bad.
lot of problems, and this is the worst.
So they put secrets. A normal game, progress should be obvious. If you want to make progress in the game, there should be an obvious path forward. They put in this game, they disguise the actual objective with secrets in front of them. As if you have to play the game, you have to get all the secrets to actually win it. What kind of game design is that? Imagine if you're playing Final Fantasy VII. Imagine if you're playing and you have to you have to blow up a specific door in Midgar with an item, a bomb or something. That is usually you would get a cool materia, but instead that's how you progress in the game. And nobody tells you about it in the game. There's no secret, there's no cutscene showing it off. You just have to know about it. They would never do that. Just imagine. That's what this is. That's what this whole game is.
One so far. I would gladly turn off this game right now and never try it again.
But I made it this far. I might as well keep playing for a little bit longer, just to see how much more baka this gets.
So I fight another boss, which even a baby could beat.
At this point, I think you Solings understand how bad this game is. But I did, when I recorded this footage that you see is actually for my stream that I did of the game. I did a live stream of the whole game. Were any of you Swordlings there for that time? I believe some of you were there. And it was an awful experience. The game is really easy too. Just boring.
Makes sense, considering what most Nintendo fanboys are. And I get a new suit upgrade, so I can now traverse areas with high temperatures. And the game just keeps going and going and going, picking up power-ups after power-ups, fighting easy bosses after another, while being really, really boring.
I could go over more of the baka things I've found throughout this playthrough, but I would just be repeating all the good points I've made so far. Everything I've encountered probably happens about 10 more times, and that's just me being generous.
I was able to finish all the bosses I needed to fight, and picked up a lot of items, and now it's time to finish this game. And they couldn't even get the final boss fight to be challenging. It's almost impossible to lose here. Then there is an escape.
What kind of last boss fight is
not
that?
very hard at all.
And that concludes Super
You just stood still and just shoot at it. It was so easy, I remember.
Metroid.
It took me 3.5 hours to finish it, and I didn't die a single time, which makes sense considering how easy this game was. So overall, Super Metroid was a short, boring game that is littered with bad game design choices. There are just too many problems with it to be considered a good game. I would say the game is just plain bad. Nothing more, nothing less. But
You know what? You know what? The last boss of this game is less challenging than the first boss in Final Fantasy VI. Remember? That one is more challenging than the last boss of this game. It's almost embarrassing to play it because of how easy this game is. I remember, it felt like this is for small children, right? This is... And then I realized, oh, it's just Nintendo fanboys. And then it made sense. Oh, well, they wouldn't be embarrassing looking like babies. Because they all are.
considering how much praise this game
Essentially.
gets and how amazing some people say it was for its time, I have to say that this was more miserable than I anticipated.
These 3.5 hours I wasted felt like an eternity, even though I was playing at a baby's level of difficulty. I would never recommend this game to anyone who enjoys video games.
But the biggest reason I wanted to play this game was to see how it compares to Symphony and how much alike they really are. But other than being a 2D side-scroller, there is nothing else these games have in common. Everything that Super Metroid does, Symphony does better.
I remember
Then
this.
more.
Check this
Super
out.
Metroid just has a few different armors and weapons, and most of them just stack, so there's no reason to switch between them. Keka no Yasukyoku has well over 100 different items and equipment, which are all found throughout the different areas in the castle. Super Metroid had awful music, if you can even call it music. Gekka no Yasukyoku has absolutely sugoi music, covering a bunch of different genres. Super Metroid has boring and easy boss fights, made for babies. Gekka no Yasukyoku has epic boss fights that puts your skills and knowledge to the test, with different weaknesses for each boss.
Do I even need to go on?
It's
I don't
pretty
think
safe
so.
to say that the superior game here is Symphony of the Night. Whether Super Metroid was an inspiration for Symphony or not doesn't matter at all. It's a fact that Symphony is the more sugoi game.
Now, I would like to take a minute to say arigato to all my patrons.
Alright, my shorties, that's the end of the video. Well, that was good. That was great. There were some really good points in this video. And, well, just watching this, we already know the timeline. Why it's in the timeline is to show Chrono's past. It's a little bit of backstory for him. So that you know. So far, SephirothSword57 has met Chrono first, then Shadow, and then Cloud. All these three video game companions have been shown off. And some of you pointed out that some of you really like Cloud's personality. And I had some fun. Of course, they are based, the personalities of the characters in the SephirothSword57 show is based on their video game counterpart. But I also decided to do a little twist to them. I really like the idea of Cloud being a little bit of a ajo. Like a bit of a bokeh, if you will. I think it fits his personality well. And Chrono is a little bit more of the serious, cool type. You can get that vibe from him even though he doesn't talk in Chrono Trigger. You understand. And for Shadow, well, I wanted Shadow to be, well, mostly as he is in Sonic Adventure 2 and the other Sonic games. And I thought the characters made a lot of sense for the SephirothSword57 show as well. They're written to fit into the show. while also maintaining all the aspects of why people like those characters to begin with. So there you go. I wanted to point that out. Now, let's move on to the next video. I think there's just a list of patrons on this one. That's outdated, by the way. Outdated information. So.
It was a cold.
Uh-oh. Okay. My sword links, I do want to give a little content warning right here. We're about to watch some scary videos. These were Halloween specials, and they can be a little bit unnerving and uncomfortable and scary, violent for some of you. I just want to give a little content warning so you know. This is about to be a little bit scary, so get ready.
It was a cold evening in October. The leaves have started to fall from the trees like sakura petals on a beautiful Japanese spring. As I walked home from school with my favorite Deer and Grey album playing in my headphones, I passed by a yard sale and decided to take a look. I wasn't looking for anything special, but was pleasantly surprised to find a box of some old PlayStation 2 games. There were about 20 games there, but one of them caught my attention. It was a black CD case with nothing on it except a small note that read, Final Fantasy X Ultimate Sin Edition. I hadn't played Final Fantasy X in years, and my old copy had been stolen by the jocks at my school. And even though this one had no...
Okay, so I need to point out here that I did not have my copy stolen in school, and especially not by any jocks. Those were my friends at school. Those people that would be considered jocks. In the SephirothSword57 in the SephirothSword57 show is a 16-year-old Japanese transfer student. That's why. I think that's an important thing to bring up. He is a high school student. And that's why this is in here. He has a different past than me, Seth-sama. So the character SephirothSword57 is 16 years old. So I just want to point that out.
cover, I still felt like I had to experience this masterpiece once more. I never seen this Ultimate Sin Edition before.
Isaac-san, no, I'm not going to watch the April Fool's video because it's not part of the SephirothSword57 timeline. But arigato for liking the video. It is very funny, but it's not part of the timeline or the lore, so I'm not gonna be watching it today. We have already so many videos to watch, so let's move on.
But I guess the owner didn't know anything about video games. I went up to him and asked how much he wanted for the game, but when he saw the game I wanted to buy, he just stared at it like he had seen a spooky ghost, and with a deep voice he said, "Take it, just take it and get out of here." Suddenly, I felt a cold shiver running down my spine, and there was a presence of evil in the air. I turned around and ran home as fast as I could with the game in my backpack. Days went by, and it was now the day before Halloween. My parents and my brother were staying at my grandmother's place for the whole week, but I had to stay at home so I wouldn't miss the release of the new episode of Bleach. I felt Super Sugoi, so I decided I wanted to play some Japanese RPGs. As I was about to pop in my copy of Disgaea 2 Cursed Memories, I noticed there already was a game in my PlayStation 2, ready to be played. It was a blank disc with no label. I took a look around the room and noticed the black CD case, the same one I got from the yard sale the other day, laying wide open on the table with no CD in it. I said to myself,
Damn it, I have to tell my brother to stop being baka and leave my games alone. Since the game was already in the console, I decided that it was a good time to play it. I booted up my PlayStation 2 and the familiar Final Fantasy X screen showed up on the television. But there was something different. I wanted to start a new game, but the new game text was faded and I couldn't select it. And weirdly enough, there was already a save on the disc, so I tried loading it. The save was from Besaid Island, but there was no music, and as I entered the first combat screen, I noticed that Tidus was already down, and the only other member was Waka. I tried using Phoenix Down on him, but he wouldn't get up. I suspected that this was some kind of glitch, but I kept playing. I finished the fight with Waka, but there was no victory music either. The only thing I could hear was what sounded like Yuna crying in the distance. Back on the field, I tried using a Phoenix Down on Tidus from the menu. But just as I gave him the Phoenix Down, there was a blackout in the house, and the screen went black. I went down to the basement and flipped the switch to the fuse box, and when I came back, the TV was already on, and the game was still going. And now, the Besaid Island music had started playing, but it was playing backwards.
Okay.
I could hear Yuna's crying very clearly now. I started to run around with Tidus on the field, and I noticed there was something different about his animation. That's when I saw he was running around with no head. I couldn't enter any fights, and the music just kept getting louder and louder. And then the game crashed on me. When I started it up again, Tidus' decapitated head showed up on the screen, staring at me with bleeding Sharingan eyes.
Okay. So that was the video. It is important to the timeline, and I will tell you why. Okay. So, with the release of this video, at the time when SephirothSword57 revealed this story, a curse was unleashed from the Tidus Sharingan, the bleeding Tidus Sharingan head. A curse that would have there's a 50% chance that the timeline would lead into a bad end, and 50% chance that it would continue on as normal. And this is the event of this is where the timeline split happens, my swordlings. This leads into one of the videos in a different timeline. So now we are at. Well, let's take a look where this one leads us. What timeline does this lead us into? Let's take a look. Again, content warning. This might be uncomfortable or scary, so keep that in mind. Also, technically, this is the first time Joachim shows up in the timeline. Just want to point that out.
Hello, my swordlings. This is SephirothSword57, and welcome to the SephirothSword57 documentary, where you get to follow your favorite YouTuber in his daily life. Alright, my swordlings, so we're on our way right now, and there's a lot of stuff I want to look at. I don't know what we will find, but you okay? What do you think we will find? What are you gonna look for?
I don't know.
We're almost there right now, so. Alright. GameStop time.
Bad game, bad game, bad game, bad game, bad game, bad game, bad game.
Oh,
So okay, so I found what I wanted, but
Mitsan,
Joachim, he didn't
arigato for the
find
$5.
anything. So the thing I got. I gotta go. Okay. Oh, okay. Sayonara, Joachim. Okay, so I found this game here. Agarest. So that's the game I found, and I got this weird notebook too. I don't know what it's. I don't know what it is, but it's a notebook. I can write down my games I have in this one. I think it would be pretty good.
It said video game Death Note, by the way, on that one. In case you missed it.
Tadaima! Okay, my swordling. So it's I got some delicious snacks right here, and I'm going to watch episode 27 of Dragon Ball Super. The Earth explodes. The final conclusive Kamehameha. It's Dragon Ball and snack time. Alright, go Vegeta! Super Saiyan go! Right!
I remember that episode.
Whew. Well, my swordlings, that was my typical day. I went to GameStop with Joachim, I got a game, and then I went home, got some snacks, and watched Dragon Ball Super. I hope you enjoyed this. I'm going to sleep now. Konbanwa! Ohio, my swordlings. This is SephirothSword57. It's morning right now, and I've just finished the most important meal of the day. And today's quest, I decided that I'm going to write down every single video game I own.
Now, so far this is not very scary, but I promise you it will get... be prepared, be prepared.
In this notebook I got. So, this will take some time, all right. There we go. Oh, I almost forgot. Hold on. All the good games from Hironobu Sakaguchi. There we go. So, I finished my whole list of games. It's so nice to be able to write and be creative. Anyway, I have to go to bed now, my swordlings. See you tomorrow. Yoasumi nasai! My swordlings, something terrible has happened. I just woke up and looked over to my game shelf, and all of my games are gone, except for my Final Fantasy games. I don't know how this happened. I'm really frustrated right now.
What's going on?
Well, I talked to the police, and well, they said that there was no sign of it being a burglary. So I don't know what happened. But luckily, I wrote down all the games so that my mom.
Look at the door, my swordlings. Did you see that?
So I don't know what happened. But luckily, I wrote down all the games so that my mom can get me new ones. So my swordlings, some more strange things have happened. I don't I don't own a Wii and I don't own an Xbox. I don't know where these games come from, and I've never seen them in my entire life. I don't know what kind of joke this is, but I'm getting really tired of this. What do you mean, Mom? Those games don't exist. But did you find any used copies or something then? Well, yeah. Oh. Well, okay, but transfer the money over to me, and I can buy them myself then. Yeah. Okay, my swordlings, it's time for me to look for my games. So, this guy, 2. No results found. Oh, must be really rare then. All right then. Chrono Trigger PSX. No results either. No results found. Huh. Okay.
Very strange.
Vagrant Store.
What?
Well, my swordlings, I couldn't find any of my games on Amazon or eBay. Seems like my game collection was very rare. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep right now. And I see you swordlings tomorrow.
Here we go.
What was that? My swordlings. There's someone in my house. What could that be? Let's go take a look. There's someone here. What's going on? Oh, damn flashlight. There we go. I've had enough. Oh, it was just my cat, Neko-chan. Okay, well, time for me to go to sleep. Wasuminasai, Neko-chan. What the? There was obviously a ghost in my house. I think I need to have a talk with it.
Oh. Well. Oh.
Person in this house, are you a ghost? Y-E-S. Yes. Okay. Ghost in my house. Do you have a message for me?
Oh.
11 29, 2016. That's the release date of Final Fantasy 15, the game of the year. That's gonna be a great game. And oh, no? What? Okay.
What's
Ghost in
going
my
on?
house. What do I need to do for you to move on? D E I die? Die?
Oh,
My swordlings! The ghost is chasing me! The ghost is here! The ghost is here!
oh. Yes, I do remember this.
It's the creator of Final Fantasy!
And that was the end of that video. Now, my swordlings, I have to be honest here. When I made this video, I had the idea, and I recorded some of the stuff, but all the editing and stuff was too scary for me to do. My brother Dave edited these two videos. The Halloween videos. Just so you know, all the ideas were from me, though. Including how to edit it, so I think I just need to tell you swordlings that so you know. Now, what happened here? So, SephirothSword57 got hold of a video game Death Note. Hold on, let me turn on some music. The video game Death Note. And what happened then? Well, as you know, he wrote down his whole game collection, remember? Except that not his only games he had left were his Final Fantasy games. Now here's the thing. He wrote down, the last thing he wrote down in that video game Death Note was not any Final Fantasy games. He just wrote down all the good games by Hironobu Sakaguchi. He wrote Sakaguchi's name in there. And well, it made him into an evil ghost that started haunting SephirothSword57, and he turned evil. The opposite of the real Sakaguchi-san. So that was not the real Sakaguchi, it was an evil version of him that got turned into a ghost. Which is why he hates that when he did the seance in the video, that's why he hated Final Fantasy 15 and disagree with Seth-sama. So it's an evil version of him. The real Sakaguchi would not hate such a great game with great game design. Now, what else happened? Well, we don't know what happened to SephirothSword57 at the end of this video. There is no more in this timeline. This is considered a bad end timeline. We don't have any more information on it right now, so I can't tell you what actually happened after this. Like it said in the beginning of the video as well, this is found footage. Kanye-san, yokoso, don't worry. So with this, we don't have anything more to add in this timeline. So with that, let's go back to the past and continue on.
Warning, this video contains Mario footage. The Mario Maker game will...
So we are in the other timeline. The 50% chance of the timeline continuing on as usual is where we're at now. And the other one was the 50% chance of being cursed by the bleeding Tidus Sharingan head. That led to the bad timeline with the video game Death Note. Now, we're at the normal timeline. Let's continue.
only be used as a tool.
Hold on.
Warning, this video contains Mario footage. The Mario Maker game will only be used as a tool for explaining game design.
That's right.
Swordling discretion is advised. The Mario franchise. What can be said that haven't been said already? No matter where you go, whether it's the toy store, anime convention, the internet, McDonald's, or your local GameStop, you'll get this mascot shoved down your throat whether you want it or not. Mario was created by a couple of Japanese wannabes who totally lost track of their own culture and founded Nintendo. I have no respect for this company and their games, but my brother bought their latest Mario game, and it gave me some ideas for a very interesting video. While we patiently wait for Sega's counterpart, Sonic Maker, hopefully on a new exciting Sega console, I guess we have to stick with this.
Unfortunately, that hasn't happened yet. Oh! Creepy Scratch Dono. Arigato for the $6. Thank you so much. I will still hold up hope that, well, this will happen. Would be great to have a Sonic Maker game, right? Well, since Sega is releasing a lot of Yakuza games and Virtua Fighter coming out and more games, we might see a rise in Sega soon, my swordlings. And once that happens, they will most likely enter the console market once again. So, stay tuned. We'll see what happens with Sega. Let's continue.
My purpose is to educate you on game design and hope that you can see past the visual graphics and see the deeper meaning in what I'm trying to teach here. Konnichiwa, my loyal swordlings. This is SephirothSword57, and this is a lesson in game design.
Yes, so this it just uses the Mario Maker engine to show what could be made in a good game.
Let us start by putting the game in. How about this one? No? Then how about this one? Oh, I know. This is the one. Oh wait, it's on the Wii U, of course. You can't really blame me for mixing up the Wii U with a toaster, a trash can, and a toilet. I mean, they are pretty much the same thing anyway. Now, I wanted to start this with a tropical grasses field
with hills and palm trees. This sets the player in a relaxing mood, creating a smooth build-up to the adventure ahead. As you can see, there are no palm trees in this, so I had to improvise. I decided to make our first obstacle a hill with 2 enemies, one flying and one grounded, to get the player experienced with 2 different enemy types and get a feeling for the controls. If you get past the enemies, there is a small reward, a box full of rings. Right next to the first obstacle, there is a small little treat for explorers. I placed this spring on top of this palm tree with some rings. This teaches the adventurer that exploring rewards you. Now we have our next obstacle, a bridge with an enemy who tries to eat you. I placed some rings above the fish to motivate the adventurer to jump over the threat. And here is our first secret. Can you figure it out? If you look carefully, you can see that this tree has no coconut in it. Or does it? Let's try jumping under it. And would you look at that?
With just a couple of tweaks, I've taught the adventurer to look around the environment for secrets. This skill will come in handy later in the game.
Now, we end the tropical phase of the game by entering this cave and go down this elevator to our first dungeon. This game has more than meets the eye. There is actually a very different way to play this game, but we'll get into that later. Let's continue on. Up ahead is a place to grind. There are a lot of enemies here, so there are plenty of opportunities to gain some extra levels for the challenge up ahead. Next up we get this golden text that gets you pumped for the final challenge. But before that, we pick up some equipment to finalize the Fire Mage build for this playthrough. Here is our menacing final boss, which consists of 3 parts you can attack. But with this build, I'm very powerful and can easily blast through him with my devastating fire spells. Before finishing the game, I placed some sound effects to make the adventurer feel accomplished.
That's nice. Good ideas.
But remember when I mentioned that this game has more than meets the eye.
So we finished up the Fire Mage route. But this time, I'm going to show you the super secret swordling route. Let's go back to the start of the dungeon.
Yes, I remember this.
Did you notice this suspicious hole in the ceiling? With some skillful jumping, you can actually get up there and find a secret door. Let's check it out. Just like the hidden ending of Chrono Trigger, you get a super fun message from the developer.
That's right. It's a little message for the player.
And a golden buster sword to motivate you on the journey ahead. Not only that, but you also get some cool text and some free extra levels. At the end of the secret room, you can enter a door which leads to the beginning of the dungeon. You get all this extra stuff for motivation, because the Fire Mage build is not available during the Swordling playthrough. So you have to defeat the final boss with your wits and skills only. I will not show you any strats for this part, since I want my Swordlings to challenge themselves and be able to play this game for a long time. Whether you take the challenging Swordling playthrough or the powerful Fire Mage playthrough, you are going to have a blast playing this game.
If you want to try it out for yourself, you can either ask a younger sibling or any other children if they own a Wii U and Mario Maker. Otherwise, if you're a true Swordling, I would recommend getting a second-hand Wii U and Mario Maker so you can experience my game for yourself.
Now, I don't think that level is available anymore. I think Nintendo is one of those companies that they cancel their games, the online functions of their games after a while, because they are greedy and they want to force people onto their new platforms. So, yes, that's the reason why. So you can't even play my level anymore, which is unfortunate. Now my game won't be available to anyone to play. Unless, of course, it's still available on the Wii U that my brother has. I'm not sure. I don't even know if he has that thing anymore. So, well, it is what it is.
Thank you so much for watching. Have a
that's
good
right.
night, evening, morning, or day. Where am I? What is this? Is this a DualShock 4 PlayStation 4 controller?
I see you're awake, SephirothSword57.
Who's there? Who are you, mysterious masked man?
You are gonna do me a favor. You are gonna play the worst PlayStation 4 exclusive game in the universe.
What are you talking about? There are no bad PlayStation 4 exclusives. Wait,
There is.
you can't mean...
That's right, my swordlings. The next video is the Bloodborne review and the end of the first season of SephirothSword57. Now, the seasons were actually something that were in chronological order. So, the season ending only works if you watch these videos in chronological order. Now we're watching them in timeline order, so it's different. Didn't you play Bloodborne the other day? Yes, that was my first revisit to it. And it was just as terrible as I remember. So, we're going to see more of it right now. Here we go.
In March of 2015, I went on my daily visit to GameStop to look for some games. They had a brand new PlayStation 4 exclusive on the shelf, so of course I had to buy it. I called my friend Joachim on the phone. He was already familiar with the game and had some bad news for me. He told me that the game was from the same creator that made Dark Souls. Filled with disappointment and remorse, I decided to hide the game in my mom's attic, so this copy would never be played by anybody. Months went by, and one day I got kidnapped by a mysterious masked man who forced me to make a review.
Konnichiwa, my swordlings. I'm SephirothSword57, and this is Bloodborne.
So yes, we are entering the Bloodborne review.
You start the game by waking up in your bed, just like Chrono in Chrono Trigger. But there is this creepy, smelly old fart in a wheelchair that gets too close for comfort. And I thought, whoa, this is not like Chrono Trigger. So here is the character creation. Age. Well, I consider myself to be a mature male specimen. Since strength and skill are two of my personal traits,
and I played a lot of Valkyrie Chronicles recently, I choose military veteran as my origin. Here is my character. So, let's start the game. Now, a big monster crawls out of this liquid stuff. My god, what happened to Mr. Kool-Aid Man? After that, there are these tiny homosexual mummy people touching all over my body. And then I wake up. So I guess it was all just a dream.
It seems that the grass these game developers were smoking was not from your grandma's backyard.
After exiting my room, Mr. Kool-Aid Man appears once again and kills me.
I forget how funny this video is. I had a lot of jokes in this
What
one.
the hell? After being killed by Mr. Kool-Aid Man from my dream, I wake up in another dream. I wouldn't be surprised if Leonardo DiCaprio showed up. This place is actually not that bad. There is this cozy church-looking house, surrounded by flowers. I only wish I could interact more with this kawaii doll over here.
If you know what I mean.
Now, you get to choose between 3 weapons. A saw, an axe, and a cane. I picked the cane, since it was the most interesting choice. I mean, I don't want to play as a lumberjack. I also get to choose a gun. So I played around with the controls for a bit, and I noticed that you lose health when you press up on the D-pad. Okay? So the player gets punished for exploring the controls of the game? That is some baka game design right there. Alright, so I'm back where I started, just before I encountered Mr. Kool-Aid Man. But now I have a gun, so let's bust a cap in this motherfucker. Aiming with the gun is impossible, and the damage output is on par with a left jab from an infant. It's clear that the game has some balancing issues, especially consider that my walking cane deals more damage than the pistol. Was this game made for old people? Now, I kill a couple of enemies, I climb a ladder, and after a while I get to this gate. After opening and walking through it, I noticed that I was back where I started. In Sonic the Hedgehog, you always move forward, but this game makes you go backwards. I don't see the purpose of this.
It's true.
With even a tiny bit of knowledge of good game design, you would understand how incredibly stupid this is. Well, let's just climb up the ladder again. So I get to this area where there are a lot of people wielding torches. This is some serious 1930s Frankenstein bullshit. Come on guys, it's 2015, not the 30s. This area was clearly meant for sneaking by, but I decided to conquer it, Sonic style.
Oh yeah.
Now, I see this big guy on the other side of the square, knocking on the door. I guess his friends won't let him join the torch party. I'm getting a little tired of this game now. There are just the same enemies, buildings, and no cool equipment to find. I just keep getting sheep deaths over and over. This game is called Bloodborne, but I think a more fitting name would be Blood Boring. Since I
It's
consider
true.
myself to be one of the more honest reviewers on YouTube, I wanted to know a little more about this game before I gave it my final verdict. Luckily, my friend Joachim has pretty bad taste when it comes to video games. Not trying to talk down on him or anything, but he seems to like this game. So I decided to invite him over so he could show me
So
if
time
this
for
game
Joachim.
has anything good to offer.
So, we played this game a lot.
Yeah, I just finished the DLC, which was released
Okay.
this month.
Okay. So, did you play this from when it was released?
Yeah, I bought it on release day. I
Mm.
played through.
Okay.
Okay, so here's our first boss. I skipped one of the bosses and went directly to this boss.
Gas coil.
Yeah, I guess.
He looks like a Van Helsing wannabe.
Because of the hat? Or?
Got all this blood on you.
Yeah, it's pretty bloody.
Yeah, it's be careful so you don't get AIDS.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so the cutscene. Is it another boss now?
Yeah, it's Vicar Amelia.
Hmm.
It's a pretty
Whoa.
intense boss, yeah.
Hmm. Wow. Such ugly. Much bad design. If you know what I mean. Yeah, I think we have enough footage for now. I get what this game is all about.
Oh,
Okay.
I can't believe that Dark Souls convinced Sony to release this diarrhea turd of a game as a console exclusive. I guess they tricked Sony by going under another name. Anyway, I think that Dark Souls should release their own console to release their shitty games on, instead of abusing the powerful PlayStation 4. That's it! I'm done with the review. Now release me, mysterious masked man.
I thought that the game would have been enough to destroy you. Now let's end this in combat.
all right. We're getting to the good stuff, my swordlings. Here we go. The
Now,
review part is over.
SephirothSword57, I will reveal to you my true identity.
No, it can't be. Nintendo.
Let's do this.
This still holds up really well.
Man, that hurt a bit. Here you go, SephirothSword57. Thanks, pal. SephirothSword57, catch!
Thanks, Chrono.
This will come in handy.
Here we go.
A little better, but not enough. I bought some friends. Come to my side, my loyal servants. Oh no, it's Dark Souls and Minecraft. Don't worry, SephirothSword57. I'll take care of the minions. You focus on Nintendo.
Luminaire!
Luminaire! Enough of this. I'll kill your healer. No, don't!
Oh, that's right.
You killed Shadow! You bakemono! Ha 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 ha! Now it's only you left, SephirothSword57.
You made one huge mistake.
Here we go.
Nintendo.
And what would that be, you puny human?
Well, you messed with the wrong human. Bankai.
What is this power? This can't be.
All right.
No way!
Bankai form.
Check this out, Cloud.
Super Omni Slash! Tenseiken Slash!
I finally defeated him.
What's that over there?
Oh, awesome.
I can't believe it. Nintendo was carrying the Dragon
Yes.
Balls all along.
That's
I
right.
know what to do now.
Come to me, Shenlong!
What is your wish,
Right-san.
SephirothSword57?
Arigato for the
Is it wealth,
subscription.
immortality, to become Japanese?
It sounds tempting, but there is one wish more important than those. I want to resurrect my best friend, Shadow.
A simple task. Your wish is granted.
And he's back.
Welcome back, buddy.
Thank you, SephirothSword57. What do we do from here, SephirothSword57?
You and the Swordlings live on with your lives. I have some things I need to do. A new year, a new era, a new season of Sephiroth Sword 57.
All right. Well, that is the end. Of the video. That's right, my swordling. So, this video, you see all of Sephiroth Sword 57's friends and Sephiroth Sword 57 team up to fight the evil Nintendo, who made his first appearance. Now, this is a very important event, as it kicks off, well, Nintendo and Sephiroth Sword 57's intense, well, you could say rivalry, but rivalry is too... Nintendo is way too evil. Could say a fight sparked between the two, and it's still going on to this day. Now you might think that Nintendo is gone after this, but no, we will see more. Anyway, when this video was released, I considered this one to be my best video. But there's more stuff. My favorite Sephiroth Sword 57 content was the wind cover from Naruto. It was amazing. Greetings from Ireland. Oh, Tosan. Yokoso. Well, I'm glad. I've been thinking about having a little reaction with Sephiroth Sword 57 covers as well. Unfortunately, some of those videos can't be shown on stream because they're copyrighted material. Like the Masinga Seto opening, I can't show on stream. However, I have a couple of completely original covers that I could show on stream. We will see what I'll do with that. But yes, that was... this is the start of something, a big story that is ongoing. you might think that, well, Nintendo is defeated. But there's something happening in this video that I will explain once we've gotten to that event coming up. So, my swordlings, let's keep watching. You could consider this a little bit of a the end of an arc right here. So let's keep watching. How long do you plan on streaming? For I'm almost home typing, listening while I'm driving. Well, how many videos are we in right now? We're on episode 8. We've been going for 2.5 hours. And, well, there are 24 videos to watch. Episodes. So, we need to keep going. This will go on for a long time. So, my swordlings, let's go on. Let's keep watching. Next video. Now, here is a classic. This is my my third review ever. This one is considered a classic, not just by me, but by a lot of swordlings. This is one video that many swordlings consider their first SephirothSword57 content ever watched. Some of you might be in the chat right now. This is the Sonic Adventure 2 review. Let's take a look. I'm so bored.
I feel like playing something. Let's see what I can find. I think it's time to talk about this game.
Alright.
Hi, I'm SephirothSword57 and welcome back. Today I'm gonna talk about something really special. Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's right.
Sonic the Hedgehog. He was so famous during the early 90s that he was even more recognizable than Mickey Mouse. That's right, you can easily look that up for yourself. He also revolutionized the platforming genre by actually trying to differentiate itself instead of ripping off a less interesting game, which I'm not even going to mention by name, since it just makes me nauseous to think about. Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Mega Drive was a breath of fresh air. And yes, I said Mega Drive and not Genesis.
Right.
It's called the Mega Drive, people. That was the original Japanese name. Anyway, not only was it an excellent game, but Sonic the Hedgehog as a character is brilliant. His design is close to flawless, and is objectively one of the most well-designed characters in the history of video games. And in my opinion, the most well-designed one ever. But enough about Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, not Sonic the character, but there is a different game I want to talk about. So let's take off our nostalgia glasses and have a fresh look at Sonic Adventure 2.
Here we go.
Arguably the best Sonic game ever made, at least when it comes to well-written characters and story. Gameplay-wise, it's pretty solid, though to many people it might feel a little bit outdated when being compared to games today. Besides that, Sonic Adventure 2 is a...
I would point out that that is not my opinion. I said some people might consider it. Of course.
a true classic. The best way to start this review is to start from, well, the beginning. But instead of me talking about it, just take a look at the first stage from Sonic Adventure 2.
That's so cool.
What can I say? Falling down from the sky with a piece of an airplane which he uses as a skateboard to skate down the road. How cool is that? But not only that, he's also accompanied by one of my personal favorite bands, Crush 40. Check them out. I assure you that you'll have a blast listening to them.
I agree.
This game also introduced two new characters to the Sonic universe, Shadow the Hedgehog and Rouge the Bat. These two are my favorite characters in any Sonic game. Shadow is just so cool, and Rouge, well, do I really need to say anything? There are 3 different characters to play as in each scenario. Sonic, Tails and Knuckles in the hero scenario, and Shadow, Rouge and Dr. Eggman in the dark scenario. So there are 6 different characters, and all with their own playstyles, making this game worthy of the title Adventure.
Exactly.
Sonic and Shadow has what I like to call the speed levels. You know, what Sonic is famous for. These levels are fast-paced and simply put, Sugoi. For those of you who have played Sonic Adventure 1, you know what to expect from this. Except it's improved on in every aspect. It controls very smoothly, and trying to play through these stages as fast as you can is super satisfying. Knuckles and Rouge stages are based around exploring a big map. This is the part of the game that Sonic haters like to bring up when they're trolling, claiming that they are horrible. Yes, I'm looking at you, Pro Jared. These stages are not.
So, for those of you who don't know, Pro Jared had a video where he talked about Sonic Adventure 2, and he was saying how terrible the game was. That's a bad review. He's also a Westerner, so he can't be trusted with that. And, yes, bad reviewer in general. Rouge the Bat can steal my jewels any day, if you know what I mean. Well, I know what you mean.
Bad. Sure, they're not as good as Sonic and Shadow stages, but they are far from horrible. You see all these open world games you're getting today? Well, it all started here, with the exploring segments from Sonic Adventure 2.
There you
also,
go.
check this out. You see this part here? Does this remind you of something? You all liked that game so much when all it did was stealing the concept from Sonic Adventure 2. Not only that, but the stages are also very well designed. Look at this part here. When you get the digging ability for Knuckles, your first thought is to try it out, right? And would you look at that? The developers knew you would try it out, and you'll get rewarded for doing so. See? Good game design. Not only do you get fast-paced platforming with Sonic and Shadow, and big open-world exploration segments with Knuckles and Rouge, but game creator Yuji Naka was able to squeeze in this tight third-person mecha corridor shooter, starring everyone's favorite sidekick Miles and Sonic's notorious nemesis Eggman. These stages are a breath of fresh air. They get your blood pumping and puts many other third-person shooters to shame. They're simple yet fun. All these characters that you play throughout the game also get their own power-ups. All these power-ups are needed to progress, and they're conveniently placed, so you never feel lost and confused where to go next. Throughout the game, you will encounter bosses, which are all cleverly designed. Now, when you finish both the Hero and Dark campaign, you will unlock the third and last campaign of the game. Truth be told, I have actually never finished this part of the game, so I have some unfinished business to take care of.
I have finished the game, by the way. This is just SephirothSword57 in the timeline. I had finished the game before, so just want to point that out.
So let's do this. Mangekyo Sharingan!
Yes, that would make it way easier to play games.
I can't do this. The game is too powerful.
Here we go.
Is this
The end?
Don't give up, SephirothSword57.
Who's there?
It's me, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Shadow?
The SephirothSword57 I know wouldn't give up that easily. Embrace your strength from within and finish this.
I will.
Yes, it does. It does. It's such a powerful tool to use, and it makes it. It makes my eye bleed. Yes. And I finished the game. Looks like they came back for more. Yeah.
Completing this game after so many years gave me one of the best video game experiences of my life. This game has truly stand the test of time.
Yes.
And is one of my favorite games ever made. You have to play this game for yourself, otherwise you're missing out on an incredible experience. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning or day.
Oh, this outro is.
Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Can't stick around.
I could do a better cover today, but
Guess what?
for its time, really well made.
One way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No time for guessing, follow my plan instead. Trusting in what you can see. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through, prove it to you. Follow me.
That's really clever, right there. The follow me and then subscription. I like that. Yes, Joachim is the one who recorded, helped me film the video. Now, is there anything from this video? Well, you can see that Shadow is helping out SephirothSword57 with continuing the review. He is very supportive of him at this point. We will know why later. But that is pretty much it for it being placed right here in the timeline. He helps SephirothSword57 out whenever he's having problems in his reviews. He always shows up to help out. So let's continue on, my swordlings. The next video.
Hello my swordlings. This is SephirothSword57. And before you ask, yes, I've cut my hair. In this episode, I'm going to take a look at a critically acclaimed masterpiece. Shadow the Colossus. Many people consider this game their favorite, so I'm very curious to see what this game has to offer. So, let's pop it in, shall we?
Alright. Since you called out Pro Jared, did you see his Sailor Mercury cosplay a few years ago? No. I've not seen that. I don't follow that man.
Okay. So he's taking his horse with him inside.
I like
the
your
building?
outfit. Looking good.
I hope
Oh,
the horse
arigato.
doesn't take a huge
Do you mean
dump on
hair
the stage.
or
That would get pretty slippery.
The video.
Anyway, I have to say, I'm
Here
very
we go.
pleased that the game designers decided to keep the Japanese voice acting in the Western release. It's not so often that you see that nowadays. Right off the bat, this game makes one huge mistake in the opening cutscene. It seems like the game wants me to have an emotional attachment to this woman, but there's no character development so far to convince me. Imagine if
Yes.
Final Fantasy VII started off with Aeris getting killed by Sephiroth. That would be horrible character development. And it's even worse in Shadow of the Colossus. Here the girl is already dead, and I didn't even get to see her die. I don't care about this character. As a gamer, I'd rather just throw her body away and have my own adventure.
Yes.
But I guess beggars can't be choosers. Maybe I'm being too hard on the game. I mean, the gameplay hasn't even started yet. Let's check it out. Mother of God. The main character runs like a little baby who just pooped his pants.
Look
And
at
the
look how ugly the animations are. What an ugly looking game.
controls are horrible. He controls like one of those ball labyrinth games. And the horse controls is practically the same. And he runs really slow, which is very annoying since the world is quite big. Speaking of the world, this is one of the most boring worlds I've ever explored in a video game. The world is just empty. There must be something wrong.
Yes, this game is clearly unfinished, right? This is unfinished. An unfinished game that was released, and nobody complains about it.
For over 30 minutes, and all I found are these lizards, which I killed in one hit, and they didn't even give me any XP. I have no idea where to go, so I had to look it up. Apparently I'm supposed to go to these cliffs right across from the temple, where they introduced these platforming segments. And with controls like these, you easily fall off. Many tries later, I finally reached the top. Up here I see a huge guy with a club walking by, and now the game tells me that I have a sword and a bow. But I prefer the sword. I tried to fight him, but without success. Right when I die, the game tells me that I have to use a special ability to find his weak spot. Why didn't they tell me that as soon as I started fighting him? So the sword shows me that his face is the weak spot. I guess it's time for the bow. I keep shooting him in the face with arrows, but his health bar doesn't even move an inch. What is going on? I keep shooting his weak spot, but nothing is happening. This is insanely stupid. The fact that I had to look up what to do on the internet shows you how badly this game teaches you how to play. So apparently I have to climb his leg, where he has another weak spot. I also noticed that this pink circle depletes when you're holding on to him. That's good to know. So then the game tells me to charge up the sword to stab the weak spot. But I can't charge it enough because it gets interrupted all the time. This is pretty annoying. But finally I get a stab in and he falls to his knees. Now the game makes me climb his hairy butt. And luckily on his lower back there is a conveniently placed balcony where I can recover my stamina. But wait a second. Don't you recognize this from another game?
That's right.
That's right. This is completely stolen from Sonic Adventure 2. I guess the designers were so bad that they had to steal the mechanics from another game. And since I know how to defeat the boss in Sonic Adventure 2, I know exactly what to do here. After the fight, these dark strings attack me, and I get transported to the temple, where a shadowy figure creeps up on me in my sleep, and then he just disappears. What was that all about?
It's so strange.
So the first enemy that I ran into was actually one of the Colossi. So I guess I'm off to defeat the next one. So I'm back out.
Well, that's great to know, Metaru-san. I am enjoying this as well.
So this is actually how the world is supposed to be. No enemies, no towns, no
Konnichiwa,
items,
Sniku-san.
just Ginger McPoopy Pants and his horse Arrow. After exploring for quite a bit, I ran into the second Colossi, who looks exactly like the first one, except that he walks on 4 legs and has a bony butt.
Speaking of legs, I can't seem to be able to climb them. I have no idea what to do. Swords and arrows doesn't seem to work. So after a quick YouTube search, I finally figured it out. Shoot him under the foot, climb his leg, strike his back, and strike his head. This is too easy. This is exactly like the first boss. So after some deja vu, I'm off to fight the third Colossi, and the world is still empty. This one is very tall and has a sword for an arm. Well, let's just climb to his weak spot. This doesn't seem to work. Apparently, you're supposed to stand on this platform, make him attack it, and
I
then
remember now.
you can climb up his arm. Weak spot on his head and stomach, he falls to his death, and so does his statue. This is getting extremely boring. How many Colossus are there left?
It is.
13 more?
I'm done. I'm so done. This game is one of the worst games some as food game. Shadow of the Colossus is an extremely overrated game. The gameplay is...
Bad game?
Oh.
Who was that? Is that coming from the PlayStation 3?
It is.
How dare you call me a bad game, SephirothSword57?
What do you want from me?
I've brainwashed so many gamers into thinking I'm awesome, but my powers didn't work on you. I won't let you release this video of truth onto YouTube. Now, die!
Why, Shadow?
That's
I'll
right.
do anything for a friend. See you around, pal.
No!
He dies again.
What a weakling. Meet me outside and I'll show you what I'm really capable of.
Oh no! The game has become a Colossus.
Take this, SephirothSword57.
This is also a really cool battle.
You're weak. You've always been weak. How does it feel to be defeated by a giant like me?
You know what, game? The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Alright.
Kagebunshin no Jutsu!
What is this? How?
Yes, it's the same forest for me, son. That was
Wait.
great.
I think I still have one left.
That's right.
Thank
There we
you,
go.
my friend.
No worries, pal.
And there we go. Okay, so this was my actual real first fight on the channel. The Shadow of the Colossus fight, which was a really cool one. I really enjoyed this one. Koru-san, yokoso. Now, what happens in this one? Shadow sacrifices himself to make SephirothSword57 release more of his strength and defeat the opponent while also finishing the review. But he gets resurrected in the end, which is fine. So he's okay. That's what happens in this episode. Alright. Yes, this is also considered a classic by many swordlings. Let's move on to the next one.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Today, my fellow swordlings, we're going to analyze and dissect a game which many people consider their favorite. Hi, I'm SephirothSword57, and this is Zelda.
Tuesday plays Zelda? Now I need to take a look.
I didn't.
Yes, and you'll see why in this video. So, as you can see, there's a sad emoji next to it, so...
We're going to analyze and dissect a game which many people consider their favorite.
Yes.
Hi, I'm SephirothSword57, and this is Zelda.
New intro.
The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. My first introduction to the Zelda franchise was through the 1989 anime, The Legend of Zelda. I can't believe that anyone would want to play a video game with such an annoying main character.
Excuse me, princess.
His personality is dumb and he looks like a freaking leprechaun. After doing some research on the internet, I found out that the best Zelda game ever made is Ocarina of Time.
So, let's start playing the game. Whoa! Whose idea was it to make 3 handles on the controller?
Yes.
What were they thinking?
So weird.
How am I supposed to use this middle part here? Am I supposed to use it with my mouth?
What up, homie?
Oh, howdy Shadow. I'm just about to review a Zelda game.
Don't be a fool, SephirothSword57. Everyone knows that's a shit game, yo.
I know Shadow, but I'm going to make a review that is not based on nostalgia or fanboyism. Honest and objective.
Wow, just look at this amazing Nintendo 64 logo. And what's the point of this intro? It doesn't tell you at all what the game is about. Okay, so I get to name the save file. So
you got to see, yes, Shadow's acting strange, right? Well, you will see why later.
yeah, of course I'm gonna name it Seth. Okay, so here we have a really boring opening cutscene. Just look at this. It's too long, there's no voice acting, and it's boring. And the text is so slow, and I can't even skip through it.
I have to sit through this garbage and wait when I just want to start playing the game.
The controls are very stiff, and controlling the character feels awful. And look at these ugly 3D models. As soon as I finally start playing, I have to do a bunch of chores to continue the game.
Yes, there's a lot of
I have to
waiting.
find a hidden sword and collect 40 gems to buy a shield from the shop. In Strider for the Sega Mega Drive, you don't have to find a sword to start playing. You get it from the beginning. Much better game design.
Yes.
Why couldn't you just start with the equipment and just move on? The sword is really close by, so what's the point? Seth? Why did they name the character after the file name? His name is Link. I watched the show, so I know what his name is. This is really baka. So my objective right now is to save a tree from dying. And to do that, I have to enter his mouth for some reason. Gross. And now we enter the combat. And it plays exactly like Dark Souls. You have a lock-on system, a sword, a shield, and it's very slow. Apparently lock-on was a new system for its time, but it's still garbage. Controlling the camera is a mess. You can only use the C button to center the camera behind you. And this fairy called Navi always tells me what to do. This is really annoying. You just
Yes,
have
this
to
is just
wait
an
from
annoying
opening
game.
a chest. There's so much waiting in this game. There is no jump button in the game. I tried every button and there's not a single one that lets me jump. Well, apparently they thought it was a good decision to just run towards the ledge and automatically jump. Horrible decision. Every game should have a jump button. Now, I find a slingshot. What is this? A game for small children? So now I have to use the slingshot to shoot this ladder over here. But the fairy already revealed the puzzle for me.
Like I said, children's game.
After solving a bunch of puzzles with obvious solutions, there is a boss. And guess what? It's terrible. The boss is an obvious puzzle in itself. I just have to use the slingshot and then hit it with my sword. Easy and boring. Is this our menacing antagonist? He looks dumb, and later I find out that his name is Ganondorf. What kind of silly name is that? They might as well call him Ganondork for all I care. Okay, so the tree dies despite my efforts? Well, that was a waste of time. Now I get this ocarina, which comes to no surprise, since they spoiled that in the title of the game. You use it for different puzzles throughout the game, and now we get to explore this uninspired empty world map. Judging by its design, they tried to do something similar to Final Fantasy IX, except that Final Fantasy IX actually did a good job. On the field we get to fight these stupid helicopter enemies, which you defeat by hitting their dangling ball sack. Here we get to enter our first town, and I've actually figured out what kind of people like this game. Pot addicts. I buy a new sheep, and I make my way up to the castle, where I have to do some dumb puzzle involving a chicken. Link gets to do some bad sneaking minigame.
Who does he think he is? Solid Snake?
So this is the beautiful Princess Zelda that the game is named after. But she looks super ugly. I want my female characters to look fashionable and stylish in video games.
Yes.
This just looks like an underage grandma. Okay, so after a long boring conversation, she gives me a letter and then I learn a song from this woman, who later escorts me out the castle. Now here is something that actually pisses me off. This woman tells me to go to the mountain, but the fairy tells me I should go speak with some girl in the forest. So basically, the game is lying to me. Whose idea was it to put this lie in here? All it does is make the player confused, which is the last thing you would want to do as a game maker.
Yes, I
Speaking
agree.
of the fairy, she is the most annoying thing so far in the game. During my time playing, she stopped me way too many times just to
So,
tell me
Sef-sama, do you
meaningless
think you
or
could ever
obvious
review
stuff.
the Ken Rage? Oh,
So I decided to go
you think you can ever review the Ken's Rage games? Or maybe Hokuto no Gotoku? Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise, that's right, for Westerners. Yes, I have played those games, and they're all Super Sugoi. I don't know, I haven't thought about making a review of any of them, so maybe in the future we will have to wait and see.
to the forest first. I have to go through this area called Lost Woods. To traverse this area, you have to listen to where the music is coming from. Another obvious puzzle with zero imagination. I found some
Sef-sama, have you ever heard...
which was also
Sef-sama, have you ever heard the true life horror story of the Final Fantasy house? I'm curious. No, I have not. I don't know what that is.
an obvious puzzle. Is this game going to be this baka the whole way through? Now, we get to the end of the woods and learn a song from this girl. And I guess that's it. I was super confused if I was done with the area or not.
So after wasting hours to see if there were something else to do, I decided that I should just move on to the mountain instead. So I had to go all the way back to the castle and use the ladder I got. And I finally feel like I'm making progress. On the way up the mountain, I meet these weird rock people, and one of them came rolling down towards me, and I couldn't get out of the way.
Another thing that proves that a game is badly designed is when you can't avoid taking damage, no matter how hard you try. Absolutely baka.
So you enter the city and play a song for their leader, and wow. I guess Nintendo thought this scene was funny or something, but all it did was making me dislike the game even worse. I guess this is expected of a children's game. Anyway, I get some kind of bracelet from the guy, which lets me enter this dungeon the rock people had some kind of problem with. And here we go again. Another area with obvious puzzles and easy enemies. I think I get what this game's gimmick is. You enter these dungeons that always has a map and a compass in it. Wow, talk about immersion breaking. Who put this map here? And why are there items placed in chests to begin with? Anyway, you also get an item for your inventory, which you also use to defeat the boss in some way. This is extremely dissatisfying. Instead of feeling accomplished for figuring out how to defeat the boss, you instead feel like, oh, I was right even before the fight even started. So now my goal is to visit a fairy on top of the mountain. And oh my god! I call up the girl from the woods, Saria, to see where I have to go next. And I'm supposed to meet someone called the Sora King or whatever. But it's so cryptic that it's impossible to know where that place is. Why doesn't the game just tell me where to go?
If I didn't have to make a review of this game, I would have given up on it long ago. I mean, there has to be something positive to say. I mean, it's considered one of the best games ever made, according to some people, so there has to be something.
So I finally find the place where the Sora King is, but I have to play a stupid minigame and then find a bottle at the bottom of the lake. I don't get why this is part of the main quest. This totally feels like a side quest. So apparently
it does. Yeah, I agree. This whole game just this is typical Nintendo stuff. You see this in Nintendo games all the time, where they have stuff in it that feels like it's a side quest or like a hidden secret, and it's part of actually of the main story, of the main gameplay. It feels wrong. It feels so backwards. That's not how game design works. Game design is supposed to be, it's supposed to make sense for the players, not have a bunch of random elements thrown in just randomly. That's how Nintendo does their games, and everyone just praises them because they're blinded by nostalgia. Like Robo-san said, that's all people remember that game for, since it was a lot of kids' first game when growing up. Exactly.
this ugly king's ugly daughter is stuck inside a huge fish. But I can't do anything with the big fish. Well, guess what? I have to get a small fish in a bottle and then drop it in front of the big fish. How was I supposed to figure that out?
A secret.
So the next boss area is inside the fish. Okay.
Like I just said.
So far we have been inside a tree, which was pretty standard, and inside a cave, which was pretty boring.
So if I had to force myself to say something positive about this game, I guess that having a boss area inside of a fish is a interesting concept. But it's freaking gross!
It's disgusting, boring, and easy. And it's also an escort mission. I find the item, kill the easy boss, and get the last of the 3 items that I needed. And it's time to visit Princess Zelda again. There is a cutscene here, and this part is insanely stupid. This cutscene is exactly the same as the opening scene you saw the first time you started the game. Who thought this was a good idea? They completely spoiled this part for everyone playing the game. I guess it's a little different, since you get to talk to Ganondorf over here. I pick up the item that Zelda threw away, which is the Ocarina of Time. Hey, like the title of the game. I go to the Temple of Time and play a new song I learned, and then I pick up a new sword. Now there is this cutscene which shows that Link is now an adult and that 7 years has passed. The world is now in ruins and Ganondorf has taken over the land.
At this moment I thought, wow, maybe this is the part where the game actually becomes good. Maybe the first hours or so were the worst part of the game.
And no, it's still the same boring game. I found some grappling hook device in the graveyard and then the game tells me to go back to the forest.
And that is where I stopped playing the game.
When a game reuses an area 3 times, it just shows you how lazy these so-called game designers are.
Yes.
This is where I draw the line. I played this garbage of a game enough to give my final thoughts. I'm probably very close to the end anyways.
Well, Ocarina of Time is an extremely overrated game. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. And I would...
Well, excuse me, SephirothSword57.
Link?
I'm gonna defeat you.
I've defeated stronger foes than you. But I guess I can take this opportunity to try out my new Blitz move. Oh!
You're a fool, SephirothSword57. No physical attacks can penetrate this energy shield. With the Song of Time, I'm gonna trap your brain in a time warp, making you stupid like a small child. Take this!
Ah!
Nintendo will be pleased now that SephirothSword57 is defeated. Looks like this is the final episode of SephirothSword57. How is this possible?
Alright.
Your brain should be that of a fetus. You shouldn't be able to stand.
That was a very impressive jutsu, Link. But I also have some tricks up my sleeve.
You see, just as you started to play the Song of Time, I grabbed 2 pencils that I stored in my back pocket the whole time. The pencils I used to write this review. Just as the sound of your ocarina touched my eardrum, I immediately knew what to do. I had to destroy my eardrums in order to block your attack.
Unfortunately, I'm completely deaf now. But your attacks won't hurt me anymore.
Your attacks can't hurt me either, SephirothSword57.
That's where you're wrong.
Huh?
Are you familiar with Ludwig von Beethoven, Link?
That's right.
He was a famous German composer during the late 1700s and lived through the early 1800s. He wrote some of the most famous and timeless musical pieces ever made. Many of his most admired works came from the last 15 years of his life.
And during those years, he was completely deaf. You've already proven that sound can penetrate your barrier. And I'm a pretty good musician myself. So have a taste of your own medicine.
No, no.
There we go. Wow. That's a good fight.
Yo, what was that sound just now?
Nothing, Shadow. Just another normal day for an honest reviewer.
That's right.
By the way, Shadow, you've been acting very strange lately.
What you talking about?
And
Is
that's
it 'cause I'm black?
the end of the episode. Right there. Alright. Well, what happened in this episode? Well, as you notice, Shadow started acting strange. We get to meet Link again. and we get to see SephirothSword57 going, Link going blink, going in a blink, gone in a blink. Yes. So you see SephirothSword57 is deaf at this point. Oh my freaking god, I just read news that Nintendo went after Dolphin emulation and got it taken down off Steam. This is serious. Well, I'm not surprised that Nintendo did that. Emulation was legal grounds. Now Nintendo's going after it. Well, I'm not surprised Nintendo would do that, but it's also a very sure it's legal for now, but it is also a depending on what game you go for, it's also more. It can be morally wrong to not pay for some of your games. Now, since it's Nintendo, I don't care. And I'm not surprised that they would do that. So yes. Not really surprised. I'm sure emulation would be illegal soon enough. Not that that would stop any criminals to begin with, but it will become illegal. Which is good for companies like Square Enix, Capcom, and other Japanese games. That means that dishonest thieves who use emulation as an excuse for being, well, criminals, then now people will have to buy the game and support good Japanese developers, at least. Don't care about Nintendo, but other companies should do it. Emulation is, while it is convenient to some extent, if you own the games that is, or pay for your games, it can be convenient. But well, I guess we have to wait and see. Okay, so another thing. Let's focus. Let's stop talking about that, my swordlings. Let's talk about what's going on here. Now, the timeline. Like I said, Seph is deaf in this timeline. Shadow's acting strange. Link makes a return but is defeated. Those are the three main things that happen in this review. With Seph being deaf, what's going to happen? Well, let's move on.
作りましょう作りましょうさてさて何ができるかな Konnichiwa, my swordlings.
Oh, that looks so good.
Why do I have to put mushrooms in the soup? I don't even like mushrooms. Who made this book anyway? Super Mario? Hi, Tikimashita! Wait a second. This doesn't even look remotely like it did in the code book. What were they thinking?
What's up, homeboy?
Ohayo, Shadow!
Did you hear that my bro, Sonic-san, is in a fighting game?
Oh, you mean Sonic Fighters? That's a pretty subarashi game.
No, not that one. This one. Here, catch, SephirothSword57.
Well, I'll finish this review before this bowl of ramen is finished. お前はもう死んでいる。Smash Brothers.
All right. So,
Super Smash Brothers.
oh,
for Wii
I see
U.
Div-san. Welcome back.
In the early 90s, a small company
Oh.
conquered the world of video games. At the forefront of this glorious company stood a blue hedgehog who bear the name Sonic. This company fought countless battles and came out victorious throughout every console generation. But then, at the beginning of the new millennia, something happened. Another company by the name of Nintendo was jealous of Sega's flawless mascot, Sonic.
Yes.
Their jealousy grew stronger and stronger until they only felt hate towards Sega. They would do anything to destroy Sega and steal their mascot for their own.
Well, they got what they wanted. I don't know how, but I have a theory that Nintendo hired the Yakuza
Not a theory. Fact, actually.
to stop Sega from making consoles ever again. I mean, how else would you explain that Sonic appeared on every Nintendo console after Sega's downfall? Now, we're going to take a look at Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. I know a lot of you guys have been asking why I own Nintendo stuff if I don't like them. And the answer is, I don't. I never owned any Nintendo stuff, ever, and I never will. I just borrowed this game and a Wii U from my brother Dave, just for making this review. Well, let's take a look, shall we?
Okay, so let's address the elephant in the room. Just look at these characters. You got some few okay looking characters here, and then there are these characters who doesn't look like they belong in the game. It's like if you made a game with the whole cast of Fairy Tail, and then threw a bunch of Looney Tunes characters in the mix, and then all the characters from Big Bang Theory. The character designs just doesn't work together. Anyway, let's play the game. What is going on here? The game you started, and I am having quite a hard time figuring...
Take a look at... Okay, so this is supposed to be like an all-star game, if you would consider most of these characters stars to begin with. They're more like designs that belongs in the trash. Now, all these different art styles doesn't mesh together at all. They clash against each other so harshly, and they don't look like they belong in the same game. Look at something like, well, another all-star game, King of Fighters. All King of Fighters characters look like they belong in the same universe, and in fact they do. There's a storyline going on in the King of Fighters games, through all of them. And all the characters are part of that universe. Now look at this. Really, baka.
Figuring out which character is mine. I mean, come on. Look at this mess. Would this happen in Arcana Heart 3?
The answer is no.
No, it wouldn't.
Arcana Heart 3
This is really fun.
a true fighting game, which features swords and guns and ass-kicking nuns. You have 23 well-balanced females and 23 powers, which combines for over 500 different character types. The gameplay is rock-solid fighting action at its best. My favorite character is Lilica. She is really good. All the characters have their own unique story arc, and they feel like their own little OVA. So it's definitely worth to play through this game multiple times.
But anyway, my swordlings, I have something very important
that's
to tell
right.
you. There's this new game that I found, and it has awesomely designed characters.
I haven't played this
And
game in a long
it's
time.
also Super Sugoi.
Naruto vs. Bleach!
Now, I'm sure there's a new version of this game available to play.
Here we can see all the cool characters from Naruto and Bleach. And we also get a cameo appearance from Rororo Kenshin. Everyone has their trademark moveset from their animes.
Which I totally approve of.
Like a true fighting game, you can either play against a computer or against a friend. But playing single player never feels lonely, since you're surrounded by all these friends. The developer behind this game knew exactly what they were doing.
And it's totally free. So I recommend that you swordlings go and check it out.
Yes.
You can go to google.com and search for Naruto vs. Bleach Flash. Then click on the link that says Naruto vs. Bleach 2.5 and you can experience
There might be a 2.6 now. At this point.
this game for yourself.
Now, Smash Brothers is not a good fighting game.
No, it's not.
It's not even a real fighting game.
Exactly. I was gonna say
Should
that.
not play it.
Yo, hold on for a sec.
What is it, Shadow?
Isn't anyone going to try to assassinate you today?
Yeah, I've been attacked quite a lot recently. It's like Nintendo is still around and kicking. Wait a second.
Nintendo will be pleased now that SephirothSword57 is defeated. Looks like this is the final episode of SephirothSword57.
Who could that be?
Did you forget SephirothSword57? Your cousin is coming over to live with you because of her transfer to the new school.
Well, I guess you swordlings will see her in the next episode. Until then, have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh! I'm coming!
And there we go. That was the end of that episode. Now, a lot of things happen. Now, you swordlings, you might be wondering, how did SephirothSword57, what, isn't he deaf? Yes, he is. He is deaf in this whole review. He reviewed the whole game while being deaf. And well, when he went deaf, he actually gained more abilities. His all his other senses were enhanced because of his deafness, which is actually a scientific thing. You can look that up. Which made him stronger, but he still couldn't hear. So what happened is that he learned the ability to read people's lips. So what he's doing here is that he is reading people's lips to understand what they're saying. So yes, this is actually, that's why he was able to talk to Shadow and do the review. Oh, that's right, it's the end. And also Shadow gave him the game so that he could review another game. He told him about a game he can play. Very strange. This is like watching a director's cut of a movie. This is awesome. The rundowns and inside info you guys us is awesome. Yes, give us is awesome. Yes, that's what I thought people would enjoy with this stream. Yeah, Shadow is acting strange. He did that for the last episode, and he And there's no explanation for it. He just does. Maybe we will get an explanation soon.
Have you ever played a game?
Okay, so this one will be explained after. Why? It will make sense for the next video why this one is here.
That is so bad that it made you depressed. I don't care about bad games in general. Heck, I even reviewed some of them on this channel. But when someone tries to make a game from your most beloved genre and is completely deluded on how that specific genre actually works, even with all these tools on the table, crafted from generations of game developers before them, they disrespectfully ignore this fountain of wisdom and instead pulls the plug and watches as the water runs down the drain.
Yeah.
Not only that, but to go even further and add a bunch of stupid characters, bad graphics, uninteresting gameplay, and a soundtrack that is desperately trying to play on your nostalgia strings. It is only then that you get this game that a lot of people are calling a masterpiece. But in reality, it is actually a masterpiece. Hi, I'm SephirothSword57.
True.
And today I'm going to tell you the truth about Undertale.
That's right.
Do you remember the feeling of picking up a fresh new JRPG
I
from
do.
the store shelf? The thrill of setting out on an adventure, the excitement of exploring a grand world filled with ruins of the past,
Yes.
the joy of getting to know wonderfully written characters and together fight with them through waves of fearsome monsters in your quest to save the world.
Or do you remember the time when you got stuck in a hole for 10 hours? Welcome to Undertale, a game made by a nobody named Toby Fox.
Well, where do I even begin? Should I start with the incredible high-resolution graphics that doesn't even exist? Should I make a joke about how every character looks like they belong in Jim Henson's Bear in the Big Blue House? Or should I start from the beginning and tell you why Undertale is one of the most overrated games ever released? I first saw the game about a month ago, and after scrolling through a couple of screenshots, I thought it looked like garbage. But I'm not the kind of person who judges the book by its cover. Sadly, I was right. It looks even worse than an old Nintendo game, because some of the graphics doesn't even look like they belong in the game. This baffles me, since this game was from 2015.
That's right.
Remember Final Fantasy 13? That was released in 2009. Wow, just look at these gorgeous ultra smooth cinematics that blends in so well with the tight, flowy gameplay graphics. Let's make a side-by-side comparison. Final Fantasy 13 and Undertale. Remember, these games were released 6 years apart.
Yes, can we talk about this? Now, I'm someone who... I don't care too much about the quality of the graphics in games. If the gameplay is solid and it has a solid art direction, I don't really care. This game has none of those. It also came out in, what was it, 2015? 2016? When was this out? 2015. 2016 it came out, right? I don't even know. No, it is 2015. And Final Fantasy 13 came out 6 years before. How is this acceptable in any way? Why? How could people just ignore that? A new game that came out in 2015? And you have Final Fantasy 13 and people complain about that? When it came out, I saw a lot of people, a lot of fake Square Enix fans, by the way, who complained about the game, even though the game is close to perfect. And, what? But they praised this trash. How great. These people should be absolutely be trusted, I think. You should trust their opinion on anything. I'm sure if you told them, if you gave them a gun and told them to go shoot people, they would do that too. Probably.
This shows you how superior Japanese developers are to Toby Fox.
Yes.
At the start of the game, I meet this annoying goat thing. Shut your face, you freak of nature. It treats me like a baby and doesn't let me play the game. You know how tedious tutorial sections are in games today, and Toby Fox totally delivers on that part. Even after cutting her up with my knife, she has to make the annoying sounds as she dies. There is also this flower that follows you around throughout the game. I guess he's supposed to bear some importance, but it's a freaking flower! Who gives a crap? I don't give a crap about any of the characters in this game.
Yes.
You got these skeletons who always interrupts the flow of the game. One of them disappears after a fight with him, but the fat one shows up throughout the whole game. And the worst thing is that he sounds just as annoying as the goat. Speaking of the characters, the main character is easily the worst one in the game. He's one of those silent types, with no personality whatsoever. One of my favorite parts of a JRPG is to go around
Grandia.
and visit
Great
different
game.
locations and meet up with interesting and well-written characters who joins your team armed with unique weapons, skills, and powerful magic, creating a deep and dynamic flow to the combat. Do you know how many party members Undertale has? 1. It's just this one kid. Let's stop for a moment and look at the Suikoden series. There are 5 games in the Suikoden series, and each one of them has over 100 well-written playable characters. But this Toby Fox guy can't even seem to be able to make one. He was even so lazy that he didn't even give the character any skills or magic. You just have this normal attack the whole game through. By the way, did I mention how bad the combat is? First off, you don't even see the main character in combat. How can you forget such a key feature? Phantasy Star 4 has the same combat view, but at least you get to see the characters back, and they play a cool animation when they attack. In the end, it does not really matter to me, since this kid is just butt ugly. There is also this dodge mechanic, which doesn't really make any sense. Do we want games like this to become a standard in JRPGs?
No.
Now, I want you to close your eyes for a moment. Don't peek now. There you go. Forget about bad games like Undertale, Dark Souls, or Minecraft. Just focus on your breathing. Now, I want you to travel back to the golden era of JRPGs. Picture yourself playing your favorite game of that era. Remember those memorable hours of grinding. Hours well spent before finally defeating that menacing boss you had so much trouble with. You smell that? Mommy's cooking your favorite food. Oh, and would you look at that? A save point. Just in time for you to save the game, so you can run down the stairs and enjoy your dinner.
This Toby Fox wants to destroy those memories.
Not only does he blindly throw together a half-ass broken product, but he dares to take it one step further by rounding up all the JRPG-hating jocks and making them buy this game and give it positive feedback, just to make fun of the genre as a whole. He takes a piss on famous game celebrities like Hironobu Sakaguchi, Yuji Horii, Haruki Satomi, and Akira Toriyama, and finish it off by taking a shit on one of the most touching and lovable scenes in video game history.
Let's rise up, my swordlings.
Yes.
Remember, it's in the darkest of times that the stars shine the brightest. We can't let Toby Fox be a part of this industry. For the future of JRPGs, we have to stand together in hopes of defeating this madman known only as Toby Fox.
Yes, the Toby Fox is awful. And what's funny? How many years has it been? How many years? How many years has it been since he released? 2015. It's been 8 years. Has it been? 8 years, and he has not even been able to release a new game since. Well, wouldn't really call that person a game designer now, would you? He created one game and then just left with the money. He obviously is just was just manipulating the industry just to make money and then leave. He says he is creating a new game, but there hasn't been releases now, has there? He's a thief. He started off stealing games and making illegal ROM hacks. Well, there we go. There we go. Makes sense. But why is this review here in the timeline? Well, let me show you. Right now, my swordlings. So, this is a very important video.
Oni-chan, shoshuku wa yombi wa dekimasu.
Just one more minute.
Oni-chan. あなたが目をますますする必要があります。
All right, all right.
Now that is very funny. But also a very important part of the lore. You see how SephirothSword57 is sleeping there, right? That is why the Undertale video is before this one, because he was reviewing the game while he was sleeping. I told you swordlings this in the timeline stream and the timeline video, and after the Smash Brothers review, when Nanami showed up, or his cousin, you don't know her name actually until later, but she showed up at the end of that video, but you didn't see it on screen. And what she did, she used Cure on SephirothSword57 to heal his deafness. And he had to go and sleep for 24 hours after that. And during that nap, that 24-hour nap, he reviewed Undertale in his dreams. So that video, the Undertale review, actually happened in his dreams, the review itself. So that is why it's placed there. So now that he has woken up, it continues. Let's keep going.
Wow, this looks absolutely delicious, cousin-san. Itadakimasu.
泡がいかがですか?
That's right.
It's the best ramen I've ever had, cousin-san.
やったー、私はとても幸せだ。Yo, what's up? There's supposed to be a snore.
Let's watch that again.
Ramen I've ever had, cousin-san.
やったー、私はとても幸せだ。Yo, what's up? There's supposed to be.
It must have been really bad. Oh, that's really good. Are you and SephirothSword57 a different entity, or are you referring to the character? I'm referring to SephirothSword57 as the character in the SephirothSword57 show, played by me, SephirothSword57. In the show, the SephirothSword57 is a 16-year-old Japanese high school transfer student. So yes. Let's keep playing.
A Snorlax. Yo, what's up? There's supposed to be a Snorlax here.
Did you say earwax?
I've been fooling around with this new Pokemon game. It's a great game, yo.
Okay, so Shadow is acting very strange. He's playing Nintendo games and saying that it's great. This is very...
I've been fooling around with this new Pokemon game. It's a great game, yo.
I'm so tired of all these Pokemon games. I think it's time for a new video.
Alright. So, this is the Pokemon Go review.
Pokemon Go. As a young teenager, I was obsessed with capturing creatures who aided me in my battles. I was living out my fantasies in a virtual world, capturing as many as I could. Yes, I was playing Persona 3 FES, one of the best games in the world.
Living the life of a traditional Japanese high school transfer student has always been a dream of mine. And thankfully, I got to experience it through this masterpiece. All the demons and characters are perfectly designed by Koei. So, what happens if Nintendo tries to make the same type of game?
Well,
let's take a look, shall we? Okay, nothing is happening.
Yo, you need to take a stroll outside for this to work.
What?
that's right.
Nintendo level designs are reaching another level of baka.
It's over 9,000!
When I want to play a JRPG, I want to sit down on the couch with my bowl of snacks and my bottle of soda so I can enjoy my game. How am I supposed to do that with Pokemon?
You can't.
And you know what bothers me the most? All the Pokemon games look the same.
They do.
I've been watching 100% completion Let's Plays of all the Pokemon games, and they are so long and boring. The battles are too long, and there are no cool characters in them, and there are random encounters up the wazoo. It just takes time. Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon Red, Pokemon Ruby, Pokemon Sapphire, Pokemon Emerald, they're just releasing the same game over and over, with just a different color, gemstone, or letter each time.
It's Call of Duty for non-Japanese Westerners.
Yes.
And what about these tiny balls? They don't make sense. The monsters are much bigger than the balls, but somehow they magically fit inside. It must be pretty cramped in there. What if people start doing this with their animals in real life? It's sending a bad message on how animals should be treated.
Yes.
Not only that, Pokemon has killed more people than any other game out there. I mean, how many people have died from playing Mugen Soul C? That's right, no one.
So, overall, Persona 3 FES is one of the best Japanese role-playing games I've ever played. It's a very impressive Japanese high school simulator fused with anime and demon collecting. This game both educate you and take you on an adventure.
Amazing game.
Wow, I wish that Western high school life was just like this. Every school principal should play Persona 3 FES so that they can use this information to improve upon the school system. Persona 3 FES gets a Go Shuriken out of Go Shuriken.
I think that's enough.
Uh-oh.
What?
You have finally reviewed enough Nintendo games for Nintendo to be resurrected.
What? What are you saying, Shadow? My one true friend.
Don't you get it, pal? When you resurrected me with the Dragon Balls, you never checked to see if there was something strange about them. Right before Nintendo died, he put a curse on the Dragon Balls because he knew you would use the Dragon Balls to summon Shenlong to resurrect me again. I'm now brainwashed by Nintendo, and I'm his loyal servant. To resurrect Nintendo, he needed someone powerful enough to review his games. Do you understand now, SephirothSword57? Why I made you review so many Nintendo games this season? Yes, I've been playing you like a Japanese shamisen.
No, it can't be. Why?
I will now go to my master. Don't try to follow me.
No, Shadow, stop!
So yes, here's your answer, my swordlings. The reason why Shadow has been acting strange, why he has been telling SephirothSword57 to do things this season, to play games, he has told him to, he sacrificed himself so that SephirothSword57 would use a Phoenix down to resurrect him. All of these things was just to resurrect Nintendo again and make him stronger than before. But how? He said it. The Dragon Balls were cursed. Nintendo had the Dragon Balls on him and put a curse on them because he knew that SephirothSword57 would use them to resurrect Shadow. And now, well, let's see what happens.
Wait, Shadow!
Why are you still following me?
You may have been brainwashed, but I know the real Shadow is in there somewhere, and I will follow him to the end of time.
I really don't wanna do this. Time is something I don't have, and so, yours ends here.
Right.
Stop this nonsense, Shadow!
Enough! While you have been reviewing Nintendo games, I've managed to capture every Pokemon in the world.
Oh.
This is the end for you, SephirothSword57.
I see that you got a pretty strong pet there. But while you've been capturing monsters, I've been capturing demons.
Right. There we go.
Yes! I've won! Now, Shadow, Shadow? 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 Where are you? Shadow! Shadow! Where are you?
So yes, this video marks the end and the start of a new arc, the 5-year search for Shadow arc. Now, the videos that are coming now, this is actually the last proper big overarching arc for until Gaiden. But there's quite a few videos left, my swordlings. So, we are on episode 14 right now of SephirothSword57. Well, as you see, Shadow disappears after the fight, even though SephirothSword57 technically wins. In a way, he lost as well. So, what happens now? Well, we can only press forward and see what happens. So, story is Shadow is with Nintendo now, and we have a clear enemy in sight. So,
Open world games. The genre
Here we
that
go.
has been with us for quite some time.
I think it's time to find some more allies.
Breaking down the walls of the claustrophobic corridor experience and opening it up to a living, breathing world of adventure, capturing the essence of true immersive gameplay. In later years though, Western developers have used graphics to pull the curtains over people's eyes, clouding the minds of thousands of reviewers, making them believe decent Western graphic engines result in a phenomenal Metacritic score. Luckily, a new dawn of open-world gaming is upon us.
Konnichiwa, my swordlings. I know that the game is not out yet, but I couldn't wait until the release date to share my review.
Wow.
I'm SephirothSword57, and welcome to Final Fantasy 15.
That's right, my swordlings. This is Final Fantasy 15. It's been so long since that game was released that we are now watching as the review as when the game was about to come out, and we are getting Final Fantasy 16 soon. Well, this is interesting.
For today's show, I brought a very special guest reviewer. He has starred in a groundbreaking 5-episode anime, as well as a feature-length film. And he is here today to share his thoughts on his latest big project. Give it up for Noctis, Lucis, Caleb! Well, Noct, how's it going?
I have to say, it's been quite stressful lately.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand.
But thanks for having me, SephirothSword57. Being on this show is a dream come true for me.
Well, that's very nice to hear. So, let's dive into this game, shall we?
Wow, you can truly tell that this masterpiece has been in development for over 10 whole years. This game is polished to the point of there being no bugs or glitches, and has fantastic frames per second. Final Fantasy XV has an in-game day and night cycle, but unlike other tedious Western open world games, where you have to wait for daytime and nighttime to come, you can just push these buttons on the ground to instantaneously change the time of the day. These buttons can also summon weather effects, summon cars, summon summons, and other neat stuff. Fetch quests are usually dumbed down and boring, but this game makes everything fun. You feel proud and appreciated when you help the people of Eosu. They also give you gifts for completing their enjoyable tasks. Another cool thing is that you collect these golden crystals throughout the whole world during parkour sections. These sections were inspired by Sonic Adventure 2, one of my favorite games of all time, and it's executed perfectly. The active cross battle system is the new and improved action battle system for Final Fantasy XV, and it is tight, flowy, and cinematic.
So, Noct, how did you prepare for these intense action sequences?
Well, I spent a lot of time practicing the active cross battle system together with Gladio.
Oh, look at this!
My swordlings, I am proud to announce that the SephirothSword57 show is included in Final Fantasy XV as an Easter egg in a form of the character Ardyn Asuna. Good job, Square Enix. Super Sugoi. The graphic engine used in Final Fantasy XV is stunning and is very close to real-world graphics. But we're quite not there yet. Some of the Japanese models look a little bit too Western. But we're getting close. Good job, Square Enix, and thanks for being fans of my show. There has been a lot of undeserved hate on Final Fantasy XV by wealthy Western celebrities.
That's right.
Trying to bring Square Enix down. People like Conan O'Brien calling the game boring, just to name a few. Even to the point that fans of Final Fantasy has been cancelling their pre-orders. Now it's time for the real reviewers to give out the true deserved score. My swordlings, this is currently the best game ever made, and I think the Western rating system of Japanese games need a makeover thanks to Final Fantasy XV. 10 out of 10 is not enough, and it's an outdated scoring system to begin with. I recommend that reviewers start using the Famitsu scoring system, which goes all the way up to 40 instead of 10. By using this type of scoring, great games like Final Fantasy XV doesn't have to stand alongside games like The Last of Us or The Witness, and can then jump up to its deserved score of 40 out of 40. And that is why Final Fantasy XV gets a 40 out of 40 and the SephirothSword57 show seal of approval.
So not.
Okay, so I have to say, I'm impressed by this review. Considering the game is not even out yet, I was able to give a very fair and also objective view on the game. I'm actually impressed with how well this review holds up. And one thing that is a bit outdated. Now, the Famitsu scoring system is pretty good. Definitely an improvement over a typical Western scoring system. But the Dengenki Bukko scoring system is even more superior. It goes up to 400. So it's even better. And that's the one we should be using when we're reviewing video games, anime, or any other Japanese things. We in the West should use it as well. So, that's all I wanted to say about the review part.
What did you think?
Damn, that was a great review. You are amazing, SephirothSword57.
I agree.
It's so fun to hang out with you. I don't want to leave yet.
Well, since you worked so hard on this game, why don't we go to the local Japanese hot spring and relax our minds and bodies.
Man, this feels nice. What is that sound?
Oh, the female Japanese hot spring section is right next door to the guys.
What? Really?
Noct is a little bit naughty, I think. They- well, let's take a look.
Hey, Noct, what did you see? Noct? Noct? Since Noct won't tell me, I guess I have to take a little peek myself.
Wow, that was amazing, SephirothSword57.
Let's take another look, Noct.
Oh, this is great. Oh. Oh. Well, that's
My swordlings, thank you for watching this video. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Much Oh.
Oh. My swordlings, that was... Oh, that was amazing. I forgot how funny that was. Did any random people walk in on this filming? I don't remember. I don't think so. Maybe. I don't remember. Well, that was very funny. Oh, I have so many good memories with Noctis. Well, that was a Final Fantasy 15 video. This was because SephirothSword57 needed more allies to search for Shadow, obviously. And also he was looking forward to Final Fantasy 15. So this one makes sense. Huh. Okay, next one.
This is something I have to talk about, my swordlings. Never before in my life have I been so disgusted by another ningen.
That's
Konnichiwa,
right.
my swordlings.
You remember this?
This is SephirothSword57. And welcome to 2018. And what a way to start the new year. You swordlings who are also into Japanese culture and follow the latest Japanese news probably already know about this baka westerner who has been getting a lot of attention recently. But for those of you who do not know anything about this grown-up child, His name is Logan Paul. Logan Paul is one of those vloggers on
Remember
YouTube.
this?
He's the type of person that nobody likes. He recently recorded some really dumb footage from his trip to Japan. And he acts like a total Nihonbo. He treats the people of Japan like filth, and it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Just take a look.
Oh, you can't enter the restricted area.
What?
You can't enter the restricted area. You can't enter.
You told us it's a little too late, bro.
I don't know what to say. Here's a little tip for you, Logan Paul. First of all, if one of the Japanese rules states you can't enter the restricted area, you don't enter the restricted area. And second,
Sef-sama would beat Logan Paul in the ring, since he is a true martial artist. Oh, of course, he's just a weak little Westerner. He would be he would be begging for forgiveness when I'm done with him. He would need to.
is that how you respond to a Japanese man when he tells you that you did something wrong? In your case, a simple gomenasai is not enough. You need to do a kneeling apology to truly show that you're feeling sorry.
Dogita.
Like this. But I guess you don't really feel sorry at all, Logan Paul, because if you did, I wouldn't have to tell you what to do. Just look at how he's dressed too. The Japanese probably think he's some kind of hentai walking around in those silly clothes. Anyway, if you think that was the only time he's being disrespectful, wow, are you in for a ride?
And join the strongest family on YouTube. A family of mavericks, people who are doing it
They're
different,
disgusting.
driving in cars. Hi, how are you? It's really funny, guys. They drive on the opposite side of the road in Japan. Hello.
Not only does he just walk in the middle of this Japanese street, but he also disturbs the Japanese people driving and makes fun of Japanese traffic laws. I don't even get how that is supposed to be funny. Not only is he disrespectful to the Japanese, but his sense of humor is just absolute garbage. Also, look at this poor Japanese man. He obviously doesn't want to be in the video at all.
Yes, exactly.
How many what? How many subscribers? 15 million.
Guy's
We just hit it. Blowing up on
blowing
YouTube.
up. It's
Are you
incredible.
subscribed? He has no idea. Hello. Oh. Hi. How you feel?
He keeps doing illegal stuff, harassing old Japanese people and other things.
He should be lucky he's still alive after this.
That makes him look like a complete aho. But that is nothing compared to what he did next. He disrespects Japanese people, he ignores the Japanese law, and now he's making fun of Japanese culture. I know exactly what you're thinking right now, my swordlings. Sef-sama, this Kodomo is horrible and should be banned from Japan. It can't get any worse than this. And I'm sorry to say, my swordlings, but it gets even worse.
A Pokemon! I'm sorry, yo. I love Pokemon. So, I'll take all your Pokemon. Are these Pokemons? What is that? What do you have and why? Toyota! I choose you! No, no, no! Get him! Honey, get him! Get him. Oh! You've been caught! I'm gonna catch you! I choose you! It's coming down.
Logan Paul!
What is wrong with his disgusting, filthy Western head? If this was a Yakuza game, he would be bloody and on the floor. If I was close to him, he would be the same. Disgusting, filthy human being.
Oh, first off, if you start the conversation with a Japanese man, make sure you speak to him in Japanese.
Yes.
I can't believe that someone can act this way. If you don't know Japanese and you decided to go on a trip to Japan, I don't know why you would if you aren't fluent in the language, but my point is, you could at least try. And second, running around in Pokemon Kigurumi and harassing more Japanese people is only gonna make them more upset. I've been to Japan myself, so I know what I'm talking about when I say Japanese adults don't like Pokemon.
Yes.
Japan likes anime, manga, PlayStation, and Sega. This is unbelievable. I hope they never let you enter Japan again, Logan Paul, and I think the people of Japan would agree with me. Let's list off some things that Logan Paul did wrong when he went to Japan. Ichi, ignoring Japanese laws like a total moron. Ni, not apologizing when needed to. San, harassing and disturbing the Japanese locals. Yon, disrespecting Japanese culture. Go, not speaking Japanese. Look, accusing the Japanese for liking Pokemon. I usually don't say this to Westerners, even when they're acting like complete baka. But you, Logan Paul, is a filthy gaijin and the biggest baka I've ever seen. What do you have to say for yourself, Logan Paul?
You know how it is in Japan, they're all about the respect.
Oh, I know that already, Logan Paul. But I know for a fact that you don't. My swordlings, please spread the word on this baka Logan Paul. Make sure that others see this as well, so that we together can help Japan get Logan Paul banned from their country.
Yes. Hopefully he is banned now. Even when I was a terrible German student and went on an exchange, 14-year-old, I made an effort to communicate with vendors in German. Yes, that's how normal people do. Apparently people like Logan Paul, the typical Westerner, does not. They just assume that, well, I'm gonna do whatever I want because I am a narcissistic, selfish, disgusting human being who have no respect for other human beings and should be thrown in jail. Really.
Arigato for watching this video, my swordling.
Oh, this is
Japan
then?
had it really tough last year.
Oh.
With a lot of young Japanese gamers being tricked into buying inferior Western games. To help the Japanese gaming industry, it would help tremendously if you swordlings could go out there and buy some Japanese games.
Yes.
Last year had some of the best games in years. And I'm gonna list a few here so you can support all these amazing developers. Yakuza 0, Tales of Berseria, Neo, Nier Automata, Persona 5, Senran Kagura, Peach Beach Splash, Tokiden 2, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remake, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remake, Akibas Beat, Guilty Gear Exado, Rev 2, Samurai Warriors, Spirit of Sanada, Tekken 7, Dark Rose Valkyrie, Valkyria Revolution, Sonic Mania, Yakuza Kiwami, Ease 8, Lacrimosa of Dana, Danganronpa V3, Killing Harmony, Schoolgirl / Zombie Hunter. Again, arigato for watching the video. Make sure to like and leave a comment, and subscribe so you can see when the next video shows up. And make sure to share this video with others. Sayonara!
Yes. Very good. Alright, so this video, well, it is in the timeline, but right now there's not an explanation for why, but you will see. Oh, we are entering a new arc right now, my swordlings. I just started playing Yakuza Kiwami today, actually. Oh wow, really? What good timing. Alright. Oh.
Hey! Huh? Yo, bitch, where you at, yo? Hey, over here! Oh. Yo, is that you, SephirothSword57? Long time no see, Sephdaddy57. What are you even doing? I've been playing one of my favorite games from my favorite genre, yo. Doom. Okay, but could you leave? I'm trying to do a review. Yo, you doing a review? Let me join in on this shit, yo.
Oh boy. Yo,
this is your boy, Sephdaddy57. Welcome back to another video, y'all. Today, we're joined by SephirothSword57. We're gonna be co-reviewing one of the best games ever made, yo, Doom. What?
Let's just start the game already. Yo, this game is straight up ballin', yo. You're gonna have a good ass time with this sucker, SephirothSword57. Really? Well, let's see what this game has to offer then. What is this? What is this fart music? It sounds like one of Gabe Newell's nasty trips to the toilet. Yo, these sounds are sick as fuck, my man. I always rock out to these tunes.
Oh.
Why does it sound like this? This is a game from 1993. But instead of me explaining how imbecilic this really is, I'll let you judge for yourself. Take a listen.
Yes? Why is it so bad?
Anyway, let's play the game. Oh, Kami-sama, what are these controls? This is awesome, right?
Why are the stick and buttons on this controller so small? And why is there only one stick on the controller? I thought this was supposed to be a modern console. Yo, why only playing with one Joy-Con, bro? There's another one over there, yo.
Well, I have two sticks now, but it still plays like diarrhea.
Yo, you haven't even attached it to the Switch yet, yo. Hold on a second. Is this supposed to be a Transformers?
This is getting ridiculous. All these controller options, but it still feels really small and awkward. Well, it is Nintendo after all. Baby-sized pastel-colored controllers made for baby hands. Makes sense. Now, do I really have to bring up how this game looks? I think it speaks for itself.
Yes.
Man, come on. Look around the hood, yo. We're in hell, bitch. Doesn't this shit get you immersed? This game is atmospheric as fuck, yo.
You know, you're right. This game is very immersive. Because it feels like you're being punished in hell by being burned for all eternity when you're playing it.
Why would you want to be immersed in a dark, dull, depressing world? It can't be good for your mental health to do this. Now look at Chrono Trigger. That has a world that is colorful, positive, and full of well-designed characters. Wow, this is definitely a world you would want to live in. Doesn't Chrono Trigger look much more inviting now?
If you find dark, western, depressing worlds immersive, You would probably like to also be immersed in a pool of acid as well.
Now, I don't want to torture you swordlings with this doom music anymore, so let's switch to some good background music now.
Hey, I was listening to that, yo.
So, what is even the point of this game?
Yo, it's all about clapping these demon fools and getting to the end of the level, bro.
Yeah, these busters ain't shit, yo. Bam, bam. Yeah, take that, bitch. Pow, pow. Yeah.
Yeah, my revenge is now, bitch. I wish I could do this to fools I despise in real life as well, yo. You seem to have problems. Man, kill that noise. Anyway, moving on.
So this game was created by John Carmack.
What a maniac.
Your typical awkward-looking nerd with bad social skills. And as you can see with this game, not a very good game designer either.
Ah, hell no! You ain't talking smack on my homeboy, Carmack, like that, bitch. See, we're gonna get down, SephirothSword57? You ain't shit to me. Oh. SephirothSword57, please don't hurt me.
So this is the true you. I can't say I'm surprised.
Please, Sef-sama, let me help you finish. I already gave you a chance. Leave now, or you will be sorry.
What a nerd.
Okay. Back to the review.
People like John Carmack is what makes you lose respect for some game developers.
This is important.
He's actually not really a game designer. If it wasn't for the people around him helping him work on the game, he would have never made a single game in his entire life, since he has no knowledge of real game design and spends his time locked up in his mom's basement crunching code on his computer.
He's the typical computer nerd who only does programming because he has nothing better to do instead of using that talent to make video games. What a waste of time.
Another thing about people like him is that they think they are better than others. They know pointless facts others don't, which makes them think this way. They all suffer from some kind of superiority complex, which limits their minds, making them spend time after school solving math problems for fun instead of using that time to pursue social intelligence.
Which is why these nerds have no social skills whatsoever.
Nerds have a hard time talking to us normal humans, especially when it comes to the female sex, as they will start shaking if they ever encounter one.
And let's not forget about their bad fashion sense, which is something that is tied to their social incompetence.
Not only does nerds wear ugly clothes, they wear them in a way that makes them look even more ridiculous. Like how they tuck in their white shirt into their pants and then have suspenders to keep their pants up. Combine this with a silly bow tie and a lame haircut, and you have a very foolish looking getup.
Another thing about nerds is that most of them also have a couple of health issues as well.
Allergies, asthma, acne, etc. Because of this, nerds are very frail and can't handle a lot of physical activities, which is why teachers let them skip gym class sometimes. Now, it might sound like nerds are very limited in their abilities, but that is because it's true.
Nerds only have 1 or 2 skills, and 90% of the time that subject is math. The reason for this is because the mind of a nerd can't see very far. This is evident by the fact that they have to wear glasses. They can't see very far.
This, coupled with their social incompetence and health problems, make it so that nerds tend to develop nasty personalities. I mentioned their superiority complex earlier, but this is just a way for them to cope with the fact that they are jealous of us humans.
Nerds are always cranky and gets mad for the smallest things, especially when they haven't played Dungeons and Dragons, which makes them very hard to deal with.
Now, with all these facts, it might sound like nerds are total pushovers, which is true, but it's still important to be careful around them, because a lot of nerds have psychopathic tendencies.
That's right.
A lot of them lack empathy, which shouldn't sound that surprising, but they have a skewed moral compass, which makes them unpredictable, and in some cases, even dangerous to people around them.
Yes, watch out for nerds.
With their insecurity makes them do disgusting things. So it's important to put these nerds in their place so that doesn't happen.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, you're back. Yeah, and this time I'm gonna make short work of you, SephirothSword57. Take this, bitch! Finally took care of that insect. Anyway, Doom is an awfully terrible game, and you shouldn't play it. And it is a reminder of why the first-person shooter genre is extremely baka. If you want to play a game that has good first-person action, you should play Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, Phantasy Star 1, and Persona 1. Anyway, arigato for watching this video, my swordlings. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh!
Oh, this is the old timeline. Well, this one is a bit outdated.
Ohayo! First of all, I would like to say arigato to all of my...
Yes, this is a... How can you not be a nerd? Well, you just don't. You you make sure you don't study math after school for fun. If you find math problems fun, then that is a sign that you need to stop. Dungeons and Dragons is really boring. If you find boring stuff fun, then yes, there might be some issues there. But a lot of nerds are born that way. They're that's just how it is. It's not really something you can do anything about. There will never be humans in that way. So you should well, I don't think any of you need to worry. I don't think there's any nerds in here. At least. They're mostly Nintendo fanboys. Anyway, so that is the start of the Chef Daddy arc. There will be more of him. I can guarantee that. But yes, that was Chef Daddy 57. We don't know much about him, other than, well, he's someone that looks like SephirothSword57, except he is a Westerner and he likes Western games, like Doom. We'll see more of him. As long as you appreciate Japanese culture, it's unlikely you are a nerd. Yes, exactly. So, let's move on. So he got defeated by SephirothSword57 at the end. Right there. But here's something new.
These games sure are amazing. Iga-san really knows how to make them.
What could that be?
Konnichiwa everyone, I'm SephirothSword57, and today we're gonna be taking a look at a game I haven't played before. So let's get to it. Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow.
So, this game was supposed to be a proper sequel to one of the best games ever made, Castlevania, Gekka no Yasukyoku.
Great
They
game.
were both created by the inspiring and splendid Koji Igarashi, who I'm gonna be calling Iga-san for the rest of the video. You may also know him for his work on the successful Kickstarter smash hit, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
Which is also a masterpiece. So of course I am very excited to be checking out this game and see what it has to offer.
I should have seen the warnings. It's too late now.
Yes, this is awful.
No, this can't be. No. Please, no. Please, no. Not Iga-san. Not Iga-san. My swordlings, I have to cancel the review. I have a very important phone call to make.
Okay. Who could this be?
Moshi.
It's me, SephirothSword57.
Ah. 久しぶりだね、セフ殿。
I would have liked to say the same thing to you, Iga-san.
あなたは非常に深刻に聞こえます。セフ殿の心に何がありませんか？
I have discovered a game that you worked on in the past, Iga-san. A certain Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow. Iga-san, you know what I'm going to say, right?
ちょっと待って、セフ殿。私一なことのどこの知りません。
Someone delivered it to me. I don't know who it was though. But Iga-san, as someone who has been supporting you throughout all these years and know you very well, this is not like you at all. There is something strange going on here. Iga-san, what happened during this game's development? Tell me.
Sef 殿、ここになすの男が誰なのか知っていると思う。しかし、あなたの私入れてくれませんか？お願い。
That's right.
Konnichiwa minasan. I'm SephirothSword57, and today is a special occasion because we have Iga-san with us today.
Oh yes, it's important to bring up. My brother Dave does the voice for Iga-san in this. It's not the actual Iga-san, unfortunately. But I needed some seiyuu work for my video, and he said he could do it. He also edited this video. I'm not an editor like he is. He's been doing editing work for a while. So this was back when he actually helped me out with my main videos, which I don't trust him doing as much anymore. At least not my big projects. I don't want anyone to touch them anymore. I don't trust other people with that. This one turned out really well though. So
Introduce yourself, Iga-san.
皆さん、こんにちは。イカさんです。
Today we will be co-reviewing the game Castlevania Aria of Sorrow for the Game Boy Advance. We are today going to find out what happens when you try to port these complex game mechanics to another system. It worked for the tremendous PlayStation Vita, but let's analyze to see how it would work with a new game on a lesser powerful system.
私はこのゲームの開発の一杖とよ法的のこすく私を震えてこと彼はこのゲームのすべてのマシンがそれがあったことと確信しています。
The Igavania genre is known for its open world style 2D exploration based gameplay. It's such an appealing concept that even other developers are copying this style. And before you ask, no, I'm not gonna refer to these games as Metroidvanias.
Yes, no.
That terminology suggests
Symphony
that the
similars.
Metroid games are good and are on par with superior cool games such as Symphony of the Night, which they are not.
I prefer to use the term Symphony Similars when referring to games that follow the Symphony of the Night formula. That way it makes more sense, and we don't have to be reminded of bad games when we say it.
すごいね。
Now, with the knowledge that Aria of Sorrow was supposed to be a true sequel to Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and that it is a symphony similar, I think we are ready to jump into the game. But what is this? The game takes place in 2035? That is only 15 years from now. Why did they decide to do this? It's like they knew how the future of 2035 would look like. Gekka no Yasukyoku takes place in 1796, and that has already happened, so we know that game is fiction.
Not only is this incredibly incompetent, as it will date the game when we get to the year 2035.
Exactly.
But it is also really stupid, because if from my recollection, there is no one at Konami at the time who could see into the future and knew what was gonna happen. So that means that they just made all this up from nowhere.
本当にバカな。Anyway, so in this Star Wars intro ripoff, it talks about them being in Japan, which at first got me excited, but it turned out to just be a ruse, because the main character is drawn into a solar eclipse to Dracula's castle.
What?
What is the point of even establishing it taking place in Japan and then rob the consumer of that exotic experience?
Yes.
Just to throw them into some Stargate Isekai ripoff buffoonery? Is this really by the same people who made Symphony? So after the intro, the game starts and we are introduced to our brilliant main character.
Oh, did I say brilliant? I of course meant to say absolutely horrendous.
Nothing about this character makes any sense. First of all, his name is Soma Cross, which is not even a Japanese name. And let's take a look at his design. Wow, talk about boring.
Yes.
He has a pair of plain jeans, a turtleneck shirt, and he stole Squall Lionheart's fur coat. This is the most uninspiring character design I've ever seen. Imagine if my character design was like that. Yeah, it doesn't work. Now let's compare this Steve Jobs wannabe to something good. See? Alucard from Akumaju Dracula Exu Gekka no Yasukyoku was way better. And it's not only from the same franchise, but the same artist as well. How did they come up with this insomnia-inducing character? There is something strange about this. Oh, speaking of Alucard, here he is.
Gomen.
What did they do to Alucard? They dyed his hair black and put him in a suit? What kind of maniac would do this?
His design was close to perfect, and they completely ruined it.
Oh, and yes, I'm of course not gonna forget to mention how they screwed up his name as well. Just look at that. Arikado? Come on now. How can they mess that up? Did someone from the outside tamper with the game design?
This game hasn't even...
Well, yes, this is awful so far. I forgot how baka this game is. I'm just reminded right now. Let me read chat a little bit. I see there's been some activity. This might be a strange question, but do you have the 4th volume of JoJo Part 2? Oh, they're on the... No, I don't. I only have the first 3. I didn't buy the other one because I didn't have the money at the time. Now let's see. Let's see here. Okay, yes. Let's move on, my swordlings. Also, if you have questions, leave them for the end of the review. So that I can answer them properly and not miss any questions.
started yet, and I'm already pissed off. Hopefully, the gameplay can salvage this game from being complete garbage.
And no, it's just bad. This eerily reminds me of another terrible game. Now, after playing for a while, I run into this guy named Graham, who has about as much charisma as Ninja Taro from Musashi Gakko. But come on, another character with a suit. It's just so uninspiring.
So you might be wondering why I haven't mentioned the graphics in this game yet. But what is there to say, really?
私はシェフ殿にどうします? You can tell just by looking at it, right? But let's just do a comparison real quick. Yeah, I don't think this can be considered a sequel in any way whatsoever.
Well, I think I've figured out what happened to this game during its development and why it is complete garbage. And Iga-san, I know that you can't confirm to what I'm about to say right now, but I know the truth, and I am going to clear your name from this garbage, and you don't even have to get into trouble from it.
ありがとう、シェフ殿。本当にありがとう。
Let's begin.
Now, let's go over a few examples. Unreachable areas that are only there to tease the player. An abundance of bugs and glitches. Abilities like this that are there specifically for disrespecting Japanese culture. Releasing the game on a weaker console. It might be unclear to most people how such disrespectful and dreadful game design choices ended up in the game, and even passed by quality checks and game testing. But if we use our conceptual thinking and reasoning skills, we can deduce that the development of this product must have been tampered with by a group or person outside of the development team.
Right?
But
Throwing a
Setsama, you might
katana?
say. It sounds that you're implying that someone tried to sabotage this game from the outside. And yes, that is exactly what I'm implying.
Iga-san and his team are trustworthy game designers and would never come up with stuff like this on their own. So who could it be? Well, first of all, it had to have been someone who knew about the project and had access to the Konami headquarters where the game was developed at. So we are looking at someone who worked for Konami at the time. And second, they must have been in a higher position in the company since they were able to convince or trick the developers to include all these horrible features. He went over to programmers, level designers, and artists to make sure that everyone was on the same page. He must have been so jealous of Iga-san's superior game design skills, and that is why Kojima had to sabotage the development of the game, so that they wouldn't have to deal with Iga-san surpassing him. It also makes a lot of sense if this person also had people from outside the company help him with ideas to ruin the game. And unfortunately, it worked.
Yes, my swordlings, we can't blame the developers too much in this case.
Yes.
But even so, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow is a blemish on this fantastic franchise. and you should not play it. Instead, go and play Castlevania Gekka no Yasukyoku and Bloodstained instead.
ようこいたセフ殿。しかし、私はまだこのゲーム
Oh,
に
this is amazing.
7
This
が
is so
音か
cool.
のか責任を負います。
I understand, Iga-san.
責任必要があります。私の名誉を与えてくれません。セフ殿。私の名誉を洗ってくれませんか
You can count on me.
Okay.
Are you sure about this, Iga-san?
はい。よーし。行くよー
What power? 頑張って、Iga-san. You can do it.
This is so cool.
呼びできました。やれ、セフ殿。
Okay, here I go.
最後に私は平和を見つける。
Wow, that was a super sugoi seppuku. Iga-san really showed the true spirit of a samurai. Rest in peace, Iga-san. And arigato for watching this video.
Alright.
Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi-moshi.
Yes, Seth just was following Iga-san. He was respectfully, well, assisting him in his way of taking responsibility. Great ending.
Arigato for watching this video.
So yes, good review, and really good ending too. Iga-san was a great guest to have on. It was a really great idea. Really cool. Hey Seth-sama, I just want to point out, Stuff 3, he's a pretty famous, and I asked him to stop by. Can you say hello for me? Oh, Stuff 3-san. Or Stuff-san. Do you totally get it? That's a very good name, Stuff-san. Yes. Well. Hello there. That's I'm saying hello from Metaru-san. That's great. Did anyone else have any questions? Well, this episode was great. I remember this. Oh, there you are, Staffer-san. Oh, arigato. I'm glad. Arigato for watching my content. Now, before we continue, actually, there's a small little video I need to show that was part of the Aria of Sorrow review. So, check this out.
Do you think SephirothSword57 will be okay? He seemed to be pretty exhausted back there. SephirothSword57, you need to be more careful. You've been searching for Shadow the Hedgehog for 3 months without any sleep or food.
But... Shadow...
Don't worry, SephirothSword57. Me and Cloud-san will continue the search. You can take your time and rest up for now.
Arigato, Cloud, Chrono.
Don't worry, Cloud-san. With SephirothSword57's special ability, he will be just fine.
Special ability?
You mean you didn't know?
No.
SephirothSword57 has the ability to restore his energy from reading manga, watching anime, and playing video games, and it's especially effective when he reviews them, exactly like a sensu bean works in Dragon Ball.
Wow, that's quite the ability.
Indeed, though it's only useful after a fight, since he can't read manga, watch anime, or play video games while fighting.
It's true. It's only an ability that's good when he's not fighting.
Konnichiwa, everyone.
Yes, so that was the beginning of the review. So before then they told him to relax and sit down, and he decided, well, if I'm going to relax and heal myself, I could sit down and play some Symphony of the Night and some Bloodstained. So that was what happened, and that of course led to Aria of Sorrow and the review. So yes, that was that video. Short but sweet. Oh boy, okay, so we're getting into this video. Seth-sama gets the real guest and no one else can. Well, you saved Iga-san from shame. Yes, I think so. Well, he made Bloodstained, so it's fine. Anyway, my swordlings, we have our next video.
What a beautiful day.
Oh?
It's the perfect kind of day for some Japanese matcha tea. So let's dig it. No! Konnichiwa, my fellow appreciators of Japanese culture. I'm SephirothSword57, and welcome to today's video. A little while ago, I was feeling a bit nostalgic from my last trip to Japan, so I decided to go to YouTube and look up tea videos from Japan. And what I found was a video of someone trying a lot of Japanese teas that you can buy. And I thought, wow, this could be very educational for the next time I go to the Great Nihon. So I clicked the video and...
What is up, my beautiful and welcome back to...
That should pretty much sum up exactly what you're in for.
This is a YouTuber called CDogVA. He's just some Westerner living in Japan, and he tries to make videos about cultures all around the country. He is a loud, rude British Western man from Europe who carelessly ignores the Japanese people that could be around him.
This is an abomination to tea. I do not like this one.
What an absolute aho. But what's so annoying about this video is that he thinks he's some kind of authority when it comes to tea just because he's British.
As if British people have any say in what tea should taste like. He keeps whining and saying how bad the Japanese tea is in this video, so I think it's time for someone who is a real tea connoisseur with true knowledge to step in and show him his place.
What he's even doing in Japan to begin with is beyond me. If you don't like it there, Sea-Dog VA, then go back to your country. Japanese tea is amazing, and Sea-Dog VA is completely and objectively wrong. I have an unbiased and nostalgia-free relationship with tea. And I didn't have anything growing up. I didn't drink my first cup of tea until I was 14 years old, right after I discovered Japanese culture. And the first type of tea that I had was Itoen Oi Ocha, matcha green tea.
Great stuff.
And it was absolutely sugoi. Now, unfortunately, we won't be having any good tea today because all of my Japanese tea was replaced with these. I have here 5 different brands of British tea, and I'm gonna be trying them all out and give them a score. And I am even gonna go by Sea-Dog VA's rules and use his inferior out of 10 scoring system.
Yes.
Instead of the superior Dengenki Bunko scoring system that I always use for my videos. Let's just hope that these brands of tea are good enough for your sake, Sea-Dog VA. First up, we have Lipton Earl Grey tea. So, let's try it out. Itadakimasu!
It's really gross. It was that disgusting.
Supposed to be a very common brand? Why does it taste so awful? Do people drink this on their free will? It would make more sense if this was used as a tool for torturing people. Lipton
It's
gets
true.
a 1 out of 10. Next up we have Bradley's. How do you open this up? What kind of construction is this? Well, I can't get this one to open. I didn't want to drink it to begin with, and it seems like Bradley's didn't want me to either. It gets a 1 out of 10. This is such a common thing when buying Western products in general. You know it's bad when you buy a pair of scissors, and to open up the package, you will have to use one of your own katanas to open it up. Isn't that just so inconvenient? Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Twinnings. Or Twinings. How do you even say this name? This is very moronic. Who even decided on a name like this? So it makes it hard for the consumer to pronounce it.
Yes, very strange.
Okay. Ugh. Well, that wasn't very good. I don't know. At least this one doesn't feel like I'm drinking poison. But it still tastes like diarrhea. 3 out of 10. So far, this hasn't even been remotely pleasurable in any way. But I'm not
Awful.
really surprised, since this is all tea for Westerners, and Westerners have a very strange and dark past revolving tea.
Tea is one of the mainstays of civilization in this country and causes violent disputes over how it should be made. This was a statement from George Orwell, the author of 1984, in one of his works called A Nice Cup of Tea, an essay about tea and British people. And already we see the problem. First is obviously that Westerners act violently over something that should be seen as relaxing and enjoyable.
Yes.
But also that Orwell doesn't think it's a problem and instead add to the toxic and barbaric Western treatment of tea by adding, here are my own 11 rules, every one of which I regard as golden. And just like another British person I mentioned earlier, Orwell seems to think that he's some kind of authority on tea and how it should be consumed. What a disgraceful and foolish man. The Boston Tea Party is also a good example of how Westerners handle tea. On one hand, they're getting rid of bad tasting Western tea, but on the other hand, maybe the ocean will become polluted and the fish will die. Anyway, let's see what Yorkshire tastes like.
You just have a very unhealthy relationship with tea. Gross.
Wow. Well, that one might have actually been poison. My throat is feeling very itchy after drinking that. What is even in this? Well, this one is better than the Lipton one. But not by much. 2 out of 10. Well, we only have one brand of tea left for the British to redeem themselves. But before we get to that, let's... What was that? Anyway, let's get to the last one. TikTok. Here we go. I have to go. I didn't think it could get any worse. But here we are, with the most foul thing I've ever drank in my whole life.
Yes, it was
This
really
is
disgusting.
terrible. Why do people even drink this? Do Westerners think this tastes good? That can't be healthy. I am not even gonna give this a score because of how nauseous it made me.
Oh.
George Orwell, the author of 1984.
Ah, so you already know who I am, SephirothSword57.
Of course I do. And I see that even in death, you are still torturing the human race with your toxic view on tea.
But of course, humans are so easily tricked, and I see that you were able to survive, even though I had you drink so much Western tea. I'm impressed.
That was nothing. I've handled stronger foes than you.
Ah, we will see about that. I hope you're ready for the fight of your life, SephirothSword57.
Not quite.
No.
Huh?
You are so weak that I don't even need to lift a katana to beat you. and the Harai ritual would just be a waste of resources, as it's only used for powerful yokais and not weak little Western ghosts like you.
Exactly.
So I'm just gonna be sending one of my servants to take care of you. That should absolutely be enough.
Wait, hold on here. No, this can't be happening. Help!
The job is done, SephirothSword57.
Arigato, Chrono. Anyway, Sea Dog VA, I don't even think you could disregard this objective view and analysis on tea. Just admit already that Japanese tea is better than Western tea in every regard, and that Western tea is worse. And if you disagree with me, you are disagreeing with facts, and you will look like a fool. Now, that is all for this video. Arigato for watching, and have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh!
Oh. Well. That was the tea video. Now, I'm sure Sea Dog VA has seen this video, and he's just afraid to make a response, so he probably pretends he hasn't watched it. Which would make sense, because he would have nothing, no argument to come back with. The only thing he could do is agree, and since he's a Westerner, he wouldn't admit to it, so he just pretends that this doesn't exist. Which would make sense. I personally hate George Orwell in 1984. Yes, 1984 is such a garbage book. It's so boring. I was forced to read it in school back in the day, and it was just awful. It's so difficult to describe, but after a Western show or piece of media ends, I'm left with a sour taste in my mouth. But Eastern media like anime and manga leaves me satisfied and a deep fulfillment. It's true, I feel the same. It always feels so unsatisfying when I watch anything Western, and it's also boring most of. I feel worse when I'm done. Going to help replant some stuff in the garden. Back in a bit. Okay, Difu-san. Good luck. So yes, good video going over tea, the Orwell fight, if you can call it that. It was more like a easy. It was like a first area random encounter, really. Anyway, next video.
Greetings, viewers.
Here we go. This is a continuation of the arc. We're gonna to be, well, you will see. It's time to watch, my swordlings. This is when was this released? Not last year, but the year before that. So 2021. Let's get started.
Greetings, viewers. In the last couple of weeks, I've been seeing a lot of activity surrounding a specific game. It's called Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy, or GTA Trilogy for short. Now, I of course know about the notorious GTA franchise, since a lot of people have been asking me to talk about it. So I decided to take a look at it and see what it's like. And my first thought was,
wow, these graphics look terrible. Is this really a game from 2021?
But when I read more about it, I learned that it's actually a compilation of older games. Huh, so that is why. I've never heard of these games before, so I had no idea. And then I saw that people were talking about one game that was called San Andreas. It seems like it's the best game in the franchise and is considered a masterpiece. So with that knowledge in mind, I think it would be a good idea to take a look at this so-called masterpiece.
Konnichiwa everyone, I'm SephirothSword57, and today we are taking an in-depth look at a game that represents and shows the best qualities of its franchise, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Yes,
So let's get started.
this game is a problem.
So the game starts with our main character, who seems to have been on vacation somewhere. His name is CJ, which isn't even a real name.
Who does he think he is? 2B?
セフィロスソウル57、何か欲しかった
Oh, no, don't worry, 2B-chan. I was just talking to the viewers.
わかりました。失礼します。
So, his real name is actually Carl Johnson. So why do they call him CJ? I'm just gonna call him Carl from now on, so it doesn't get confusing. Then some police officers show up and takes Carl for a ride. From what I've gathered from this cutscene, Carl has killed some police officer, but he refused to admit it, and then they throw him out of the car.
Oh shit, here we go again.
What a foul mouth he has. That is not a fitting attitude for a hero.
Already we have seen
That too.
things in this game that have me worried.
The game is desperately trying to put the police in a bad light as being violent and rude people to trick the viewers into rooting for Carl, despite the fact that he is the one in the wrong for killing someone.
This is the game's first step in trying to make the players sympathize with people like Carl by putting us in his shoes. This isn't looking very good, but it will only get worse.
Conveniently, Carl's bike is right here for us to ride, so that we can get to our first destination. So I arrived at Carl's home on Grove Street, and...
Stop it! What are you doing, Carl? Brian, stop it!
Quit it! Moms are here.
Carl's house seemed to be haunted by ghosts, but for some reason, nobody on Grove Street seems to care or talk about it at all.
Yes, they don't never
we
bring
are
it
then
up.
introduced to the character of Big Smoke.
Big Smoke? More like Big Joke.
This character's name doesn't make any sense at all.
It doesn't.
Since his character doesn't revolve around smoke, and he doesn't even have any smoke-related powers either. In fact, all the characters here have names that are weird and make no sense. The characters' names so far are CJ, of course, Big Smoke, Sweet, and Ryder, which is spelled wrong for some reason. I've already talked about Carl and Big Smoke, but let's talk about the other two. First we have Sweet, Carl's brother, which is an ironic name since he is always in a sour mood. He is the rudest out of all of them, always being loud and annoying, and he keeps bullying Carl, his own brother. Then we have Ryder, who is always swearing and saying bad words, and is of course also really mean to Carl. These three characters we've been introduced to on Grove Street are all dressed in green, and they are all rude, even to each other. This game is extremely lazy with their characters. You wanna know why?
It's because they are all pretty much the same character.
Imagine if in Final Fantasy VII everyone looked and acted exactly like Barrett. Now, don't get me wrong, Barrett is an amazing character and a great character design, but we don't need more of him.
One is enough.
Not only are all these four characters pretty much the same, but they are all unpleasant and rude to each other. No loyalty whatsoever.
Oh. That sounded awful. Why did my Sony stereo system start playing? And that music was awful. Well, that was strange.
We then start doing tasks for Ryder and other characters. But why are we doing this? Shouldn't we solve the ghost problem first? Did the game already forget about it?
And some pizza place keeps paying no raw hit up, man. Shit is beautiful. Teach the owner a lesson. Fucking Grove Street. You damn?
What are they even saying?
Yes, I don't understand what they even talk. They talk. There's a bunch of words strung together, but none of them form a coherent sentence at all. They're just saying random words. Is this even English at this point? What is this?
Half of the time, when these characters talk, you can barely understand them. This is beyond just bad writing. It's all just nonsense.
If it wasn't clear already, this game has a huge problem in its messaging.
Yes,
all the characters are rude, use foul language, and have unhealthy lifestyles.
It's a game that encourages bad behaviors, like overeating.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
They are literally promoting unhealthy lifestyles. This would be you if you decide to take advice from this game. Just look at Ryder. He eats at the pizza place all the time because the guy at the register recognizes him.
Fast food is very unhealthy for you. Don't be like Ryder.
The whole cast of this game is extremely unlikable, and anyone normal shouldn't be charmed by them in the slightest. But the characters here do not only promote bad behavior and unhealthy lifestyles.
I'm going to need to stop the review for a moment to talk about something very serious.
That's
now,
right.
I consider myself to be a very enlightened individual who is tolerant to all kinds of people. But it's time to look at this objectively. It is games like this that make certain groups look very bad. And after you play them, you don't have a positive view on the people belonging to that group.
I am personally even more disgusted by people like them after playing this game.
And I still
am.
am.
All these people seem to do is harm others and beat up and steal from innocent people and sometimes even kill them. And they are even doing the same to each other, always shooting each other and don't know how to behave. They are loud and noisy, and society would be better off without these people, and they should be sent off somewhere else. And it's also statistically proven that they commit all the crimes. That's right. I'm talking about criminals.
It is very clear that Rockstar, who made all these games, are actively promoting criminal activity. And games like this is an example of how they do it.
The characters in GTA San Andreas are criminals, and by making the main character a criminal and making them look like people you want to associate with by playing along with the game's rules, most Western gamers would unknowingly slowly have their minds adapt a criminal's mindset. And this is proven with all the articles of violent children who commit crimes after playing the game. Just look at this.
If any of you watching this is a parent, make sure to not let your child play these dangerous games. It will turn them into criminals.
And that is why Rockstar Games make you play as the villain instead of the hero.
What was that sound? Where did this come from? This is not mine. Where? What?
Pichan, that is very concerning. Who allowed you to play games like this? It could ruin your mind. These are dangerous games. These are games dangerous for society. For even adults playing it. It's awful. It's a game about a bunch of criminals doing criminal things, and they make it look like it's appealing. And then people start doing criminal stuff. Westerner parents, I guess that's what it is. Especially far west Westerners, most likely. Because that would never happen here. I can tell you that. My parents would not allow me to play something like this. If I grew up and had that. Gross. Disgusting. It shouldn't be. They should be having licenses for people to have children in your country, if that is how it is. It can't be trusted.
Let's just get back to the game.
Playing this game made me realize how much better Japan is
at
making a game about the criminal underworld. Just look at the Ryuga Gotoku series, also known as the Yakuza series in the West. Let's compare the two. First we have GTA. The main characters here behave like violent apes, but it's not the fun kind of apes like in Ape Escape 3. No, it's the bad kind of apes you hear about on the news who escapes the zoo and rip people's faces off. There is no reason for any of them to behave the way they do. They just like being rude and hurting people. This is evident by the fact that when you play as Carl, you can just go outside and beat random people up and kill them.
Tough guy.
Look at this.
I feel bad for all the innocent NPCs living here who have to deal with all these Grove Street maniacs. Now let's look at the main character of the Yakuza
Here
series,
we go.
Kiryu Kazuma, also known as the Dragon of Dojima and the fourth chairman of the Tojo clan. Kiryu is a Yakuza, a member of the organized crime syndicate of the same name that has been active in Japan ever since the 1700s during the Edo period. But while Kiryu is technically a criminal, he is still a good person with a deep sense of loyalty. This is also reflected in the gameplay of the Yakuza games. You can't attack innocent people on the street, because that is something Kiryu would never do. The only people you fight are other criminals who are trying to cause troubles for civilians. Kiryu is a very kind man, and even helps people on the street when they are in trouble, despite the fact that he himself is in a much more difficult spot. Like when he runs into this child who got his game stolen by a criminal, and Kiryu just decides to run after them to get the game back for the young man. If this was Carl, Big Smoke, Sweet, or Ryder, they would have said some foul words, pulled out a gun, and shoot the child to death just for fun.
Exactly.
It should be very clear who the better character is. But if you somehow prefer Carl over Kiryu, then I don't want anything to do with you. And you should turn yourself in before you hurt someone.
Anyway, while doing quests for the other criminals, it became even more evident how terrible these characters are. It's even to the point where the gameplay has to suffer from it. For example, there is a point where you have to confront a drug dealer, but instead of resolving the problem peacefully using your wits, your only option is to beat him up. Why can't you use your
How horrible
words
is
to
that?
solve conflict diplomatically? Nobunaga Oda and Tokugawa Ieyasu were able to unify Japan with words alone. This game depicts humans as disgusting creatures.
GTA San Andreas is a dangerous game. The fact that there are people out there who buy this game and play them makes my skin crawl. The main cast of GTA San Andreas should all be locked up, and the same goes for the people over at Rockstar for making games that turn children into criminals.
Well, here we go.
You thought I was gone forever, didn't you, SephirothSword57? You That's right, bitch. It's me, SephirothSword57. Thank you for playing this awesome game, by the way. What is this? How did you manage? Come on, SephirothSword57. Don't you get it? I was trapped in San Andreas for some reason, and I didn't have enough energy to break out of it, yo. So the interference earlier? That's right, it was me, bitch. You playing San Andreas gave me more power, but it still wasn't enough for me to break out of the game. So, I'm going to have to use my new technique.
Here we go.
It's time for you to feel what it's like to be in prison, SephirothSword57. Take this, bitch! Mafuba!
Here we go.
Oh. Where am I? No. No. Damn, it's finally nice to be free, yo. Let me out of here, SephirothSword57. Huh, after what you did to me? Hell no. Let's have some fun with this. No, what are you doing? No, stop! Stop! Let's steal this bitch car. No, don't make me do this. Out of the way, bitches. Yo, this is fun as fuck, yo. Now let's beat up some innocent people, yo. You punk ass bitch, give me that paper. It's useless, bitch. You're trapped in GTA San Andreas forever, yo.
Well, that's the end of the review. And, well, that was San Andreas. Now, as you can tell, Sef-sama is in a really bad spot right now. I hate seeing Sef-sama in such a way, even if it's only pretend. He's being controlled by SephirothSword57. Yes. Yes, isn't it terrible? What a terrible game. Now, of course, there is a conclusion to this little story we're having here. And we will be going over it. We will start it. Now this one coming up. Control within the GTA universe, even worse. Yes. It's terrible. What a disgusting game. Yes, Mafuba is supposed to drain your life force. Wow. My fellow swordlings, we must donate towards the monthly goal. I am unable to right now, as I have recently donated $2,500 to Japanese charity. That's great, Peach-san. Well, that is very honorable of you. And it's for a good cause, too. Don't worry about it. You have done well. Anyway, let's start the video. So what's happening here?
Alright, motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Get the hell out of here, bitch! I got to get my game on, yo. Oh yeah, now this is some good shit right here. Yo, blonde anime dude.
Huh? You mean me, SephirothSword57?
Yeah, be a little useful and bring me some grub, yo.
Okay, sure, SephirothSword57. I'll bring you your favorite food.
And be quick! Yo!
This is good content. Well, arigato, Mutti-san.
Here you go, SephirothSword57.
Oh, this part. This felt gross.
What is this? What is this fucking shit, yo? What's your fucking problem, yo? Bring me a McDonald's hamburger.
Huh? Okay. I'll go get one for you then.
I can't do this much longer.
Okay, here it is.
Give me that.
Oh, this was disgusting. Never doing this again.
Oh, hell yeah. Now we're talking. Now this is some good shit, yo. What the hell are you staring at? Get the hell out of here, fool. Hell yeah. This game is so good, y'all. It's so much better than trash Japanese filth like Final Fantasy, Xenogears, Grandia, and Hyperdimension Neptunia.
SephirothSword57, I don't know what's going on, but you need to explain yourself. Yeah, what are you even saying? You would never say something like this normally.
That's right.
Hi. You know what? You're fired. All of you.
Oh.
So get the hell out of here.
Okay, I'm now convinced. Who are you? What have you done to SephirothSword57? Yeah.
Hi. Oh man, you fools are getting in my way now. Prepare to be blasted, bitches.
Man. Huh?
Oh.
Man. Guys, watch out.
It's time to bring the crew on, baby. Yo, boys, it's time to party, yo. Yo, my homeboys, what's up?
Long time no see, Seth-Daddy57.
Yeah, whatever, Ouch guy. Yo, bros, let's get some gaming on.
Hell yeah! Seth-Daddy is the best! Yeah!
Yo, Goldface, get a load of this.
Yo, no way!
Yo, homie, chill, yo. We need to get the secret in the game, yo. The one I've been looking for since I got back. Yeah, I'm going to wish for immortality, yo.
I got the booze, homies.
Yo, let's party, y'all.
SephirothSword57.
Who's there?
Don't be alarmed, SephirothSword57.
This is
I've been
great.
observing you. You have been stuck in the video game world for quite a while.
Yes, after Seth-Daddy57 put me in this world, it's been nothing but torture.
Yes, you've been through a lot.
So what is his goal with all this? He said that he is looking for the secret in the game.
That would be me, SephirothSword57. You see, I'm the secret spirit that resides in the video game called Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and I can grant any wish to who.
Oh, Speeder-san, I thought you said that I made, but you said Seth Daddy makes a lot of crude remarks about Japanese culture. Yes, that's the point. Seth Daddy 57 is a racist and a Westerner. Of course, those two are the same, really. But yes.
Ever finds me.
But why would you show yourself to me? And why now, after weeks of being tortured?
I had to make sure that you were pure of heart. That is why I've been observing you.
I understand.
Seth Daddy 57 is an impure and greedy entity.
Yes.
Who only cares about himself. I could not let him get his wish granted, no matter what. That is why I've chosen you, SephirothSword57. I'm giving the wish to you. I give you anything you want. Are you sure, SephirothSword57? That is the only thing you want?
Positive.
You are even more selfless than I expected, SephirothSword57. I truly did the right choice when I decided to show myself to you. I will now grant your wish. I hope to see you again, SephirothSword57.
Here we go. Now, I've heard some swordlings consider this their favorite fight scene in the SephirothSword57 show. I'll let you be the judge yourself.
Huh? Where's Chef Daddy 57? Who are you? What did you do to Chef Daddy 57? Die!
Alright.
What am I doing here? All alone on the battlefield. No, that's not it. I'm not alone. I'm here with my blade. Do I continue to fight for my friends, or is it so that I have to continue the search for Shadow? No, it's none of those. Right now, all I can think about is swinging my blade. I just want to swing this blade. That's the only thing I want right now. What happened here?
Oh.
Did they fight amongst themselves?
Minna, koko da.
SephirothSword57, are you okay?
Guys, I used the secret spirit to switch places with him.
Yokatta.
Thank Kami-sama. Don't talk, SephirothSword57. Just rest for now. Yeah, we're just glad that you're okay.
Oh, it's gotta be the worst hangover yet, yo. Hey, bros. Yo, boys. Where you at? Yo.
Where he belongs.
Hell no. I don't know what you did, SephirothSword57, but you haven't seen the last of me, yo. I'll get you back for this. I'll get you back for this!
Who left the TV on?
All right. My swordlings. This was, this was a good video, a good end to the arc, I would say. Epic saga. That's how I feel too. I really like this arc because it shows up how evil and annoying Chef Daddy 57 is. But then you see small things. For example, how is he able to use Dragon Ball moves like Mafuba and Kamehameha? How can he do those moves? It hasn't been explained yet, so I cannot talk about it. So yes, as you can probably tell, Chef Daddy 57 is like an evil version of SephirothSword57. So there you have it. That was this episode. He survived the Mafuba backlash. Yes, and he also was able to defeat, or at least push back, 3 of SephirothSword57's most loyal followers. And they're strong. They're able to, remember, Chrono was able to defeat Minecraft and Dark Souls in one attack. And here he was blowing 3 of someone equal his strength, just away with one blast. It's just very... We haven't seen a proper fight where Chef Daddy 57 got to use his actual powers with the SephirothSword57 yet. So, it makes you wonder, who is he? How can he do all of this? Well, you will all know in the future, my swordlings. But for now, let's move on to the next video. Kanpai! Okay, so this was released last year. This is a pretty important video. It is a shorter one, but I think it's important. This was a little bit of a, a recap episode in a way, but it has some important lore as well.
Kanpai! I can't believe it's been 8 years already.
You said it, Cloud.
And we've all been through so much together.
We sure have. Do you guys remember when we fought Nintendo together?
But of course, who could forget? You and Chrono showed us some incredible skills, especially you, SephirothSword57.
Now, you can tell in this video that I had a cold when I recorded this. You can especially hear it on Cloud and Chrono.
Oh, Cloud.
How about the time when me and Cloud performed Mansai?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, that was really funny.
Hi.
If only all of us could be here celebrating.
Oh, you thinking about Shadow, SephirothSword57?
Yes, it's been 5 years since we saw him last.
Cheer up, SephirothSword57. I'm sure we will be able to find him soon. I can just feel it.
I agree. I can feel it as well.
You guys are right. Let's find Shadow together.
Yes.
I'm with you. Hi.
I have to say, you've been rather quiet today, 2B.
Yeah, what's that about?
I think 2B had a little bit much sake today.
What you say? Baka.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Noct, how are you doing?
SephirothSword57. I haven't told you.
This is...
But I have an incurable illness. And I think I'm dying.
Don't say stuff like that, Noct. Just rest up and get better, and then we can...
Seph-sama, I didn't want it to end like this either. But there comes a time when we have to let go of life's conductor baton and allow the curtains to fall. I'm sorry, my friend. Thank you for everything.
Not. No, it's not your time yet. Not. My swordlings, I have been on YouTube for 8 years now, and it's been a lot of fun. It really has. Although I, and maybe you, might not look or act the way that most people consider normal, I am at least happy. I am happy that we've been able to stay true to ourselves by being who we are. But if you don't relate to that statement, then do yourself a favor. Start being yourself. Life passes by so quickly, and you don't want to wake up one day and realize that all you did was conform to other people's standards. What I'm trying to say is, be yourself.
Yes.
If I can be myself, then so can you. And make sure to spend that precious time you have with the people that you love. I think I need to call someone.
Wasn't that nice, my swordlings? I wanted to stay quiet during that moment, after knocked and all that. I think it was important for me to stay quiet so you could enjoy it to your fullest. Now I'm really happy with that video. Now you might be thinking, what is coming up after this? Of course we know with this video, Noct is unfortunately no longer with us. In the SephirothSword57 show. And we have to move on. Well, as they said in this video, it's been 5 years since Shadow disappeared. What this next video is the last episode of the SephirothSword57 show. Let's watch it. No, Shadow's not dead. 5 years later. So, it's been 5 years.
Shadow.
SephirothSword57, we picked up a menacing spirit presence nearby.
Could it be Shadow?
Could be.
Alright team, let's roll out.
Hold on a second, SephirothSword57. Says you have a very diverse knowledge of Japanese culture. Could you give us feedback on our latest Mansai bit?
Oh, I love me a good Mansai. Show me what you got.
Ohayou gozaimasu! Hi, I'm Cloud Strife, Chronodash, and we are Spinballs!
Alright, some good Mansai.
You know, I really like American food, especially hot dogs, but making them at home is such a hassle.
Why is that? It's a very simple dish.
Well, you know, first I pick up the juicy and tasteful bun. Usually I make them myself from scratch. I don't like the ones from the convenience store.
You really can't beat home cooking.
Then I get some ketchup and onions.
From the convenience store?
Yes.
You usually don't make your own ketchup.
I don't think anyone does.
Never heard of one.
Anyway, I found the meat part being a bit barbaric.
Should you go for the vegan version?
No, I want the real thing, made from scratch.
I see.
It gets very lonely when the dish is done.
Really? Why is that?
I don't see the appeal of eating your own pet.
You're not supposed to eat your own dog, you baka.
Ah, my neighbor's dog then.
You don't make hot dogs from real dogs, aho.
Thank you. We are Spinballs.
Cloud, you did a good job as bokeh. Try making reasonable goals and keep improving your act.
Thank you.
Now, Chrono, you need to focus more on the bokeh. You need to be more present. Remember, guys, without the support of the Tsukome, there is no Mansai.
Thank you so much, SephirothSword57. Your words fill me with inspiration.
Okay, now let's go look for Shadow. Ikuyo!
Alright.
Are you sure this is the place where you sensed the evil spirit presence, Chrono?
Positive.
Okay. Shadow?
Oh?
It's been a long time. SephirothSword57.
Nintendo.
I've decided to let Shadow go on one simple condition.
What have you got up your sleeves this time then, Nintendo?
Your insult won't work on me, but do you want to free Shadow or not?
Damn you, Nintendo! You foul beast! I'll do it.
Here, take this game and review it in this episode. If you can make it, that is.
Anything for Shadow.
Remember, if you fail to review the game, you will never see your friend again.
Challenge accepted.
Alright. Yes. This is the Breath of the Wild review. That's how I feel when I play any Zelda game.
Wow, this game is so boring. Is this what Nintendo meant when it talked about failing the review?
Remember, if you fail to review the game, you will never see your friend again.
I have to finish this review now, before the YouTube video ends. That reminds me, my swordlings. I got something really cool off of Amazon recently. Ta-da! This is Sonic Mountain Quest.
This is very
I got this game
nostalgic.
on my 18th birthday, but I recently lost it. So I decided to buy it again off of Amazon to relive my childhood memories. So this game is like a video game in real life. It's probably as close to a physical copy of a video game as it gets.
Yes, that's why I was reminded
Start
of
with
this.
your ball here on stage 1. Make your way up the stairs to the moving bridge section. It can be a bit tricky to get there, but practice makes perfect, right? After that part, you climb up a bit and get to the moving magnet section. It shouldn't be too hard if you hit the button just right. Sonic gets stuck to the magnet and transported to the elevator section. Make a spin jump into the elevator and you get transported to the wall magic section. Hit the button carefully and Sonic will climb up the wall to the balcony. And here's the final challenge. Give the button a firm hit just as the magnet spins over Sonic's head. And there you have it.
If you follow this walkthrough, you will be a Sonic Mountain Quest champion in no time. Thanks to the clever level design and the endless entertainment this product provides, I highly recommend that you pick up Sonic Mountain Quest. You can even take it with you and play on your vacation, on a plane or a train. But anyway, my shortlings, let's get back to Skyrim. I mean Horizon Zero Dawn. I mean Assassin's Creed. I mean Far Cry. I mean Zelda. Can you blame me? They're all the same garbage. The characters in this game are so boring. They have no personality at all. Speaking of personalities, Persona 5 is amazing. I mean, just look at this game. It's so good.
Not only does
true.
Persona 5 have really great music and graphics, but also an amazing story and perfect level design. Combine this with flawless game feel and breathtaking monster collecting that will make the people over at the Pokemon Studio realize what shitty games they're making. Persona 5 is already the game of the year making it a 40 out of 40 experience and well worth your time and yen.
It's almost like Atlus went to the Velvet Room and asked Igor to fuse anime, video games, and Japanese culture into one persona, that is Persona 5. So, my swordlings, thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening. Hold on a second.
Remember, if you fail to review the game, you will never see your friend again.
My swordlings, we have to save Shadow.
Yes.
This game is so boring. You know what's not boring? Yakuza 0 for the PlayStation 4 is great. You can do anything you want in this game, and it features my favorite crime actor of all time in the world, Takeshi Kitano. If Zelda is the villain of bad video games, Yakuza 0 is the hero. Oh, back to Zelda. You move so slow in this game.
I wish I could fly around anywhere, defying gravity. Like in Gravity Haze 2, which was recently released for the PlayStation 4. It's a sequel to the amazing Gravity Haze Remastered for the PlayStation 4. Also, if you haven't played Tales of Berseria, which is a sequel to the modern classic Tales of Cesteria, I highly recommend that you pick it up. Also, in Gravity Haze 2, they took Gravity Haze 1 plus more Gravity Haze and made it an amazing title. Wow, what a game!
Too bad I have to play this one. What's up with these amazing games coming out recently? I don't want to play Zelda, but I have to save Shadow.
2B! I haven't finished it yet. Nier Automata is really good. Everything is fantastic.
Gambatte, SephirothSword57.
Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, and Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue are all Super Sugoi games. And if you can't get enough of Sora, you can catch a glimpse of him in World of Final Fantasy for the PlayStation 4, which is a Final Fantasy monster collecting game. It has all of your favorite characters and monsters from the amazing franchise. And if you want to hang out with them outside of your home, you can. You can also get it on the PlayStation Vita, which you should, because the PlayStation Vita got all the good games. And that is why the PlayStation Vita gets the SephirothSword57 seal of approval. Well, after spending 3 hours on this game, I can safely say that Breath of the Wild is a terrible game, and not the game of the year at all. It does not deserve the Famitsu scoring system. So, Zelda gets a 1 out of 10 on Metacritic. I've done what you said, Nintendo. Now, take this.
Not enough.
I didn't expect you to put up a reflect spell before I entered the room, Nintendo.
You have reviewed yet another Nintendo game, and the worst one yet at that. The Nintendo subjects only grew stronger when someone reacts negatively on their favorite games from their master. That energy is called subjective force, the opposite to the objective force that you possess as a reviewer. The subjective force is the meaningless opinion of non-objective gamers. Their minds are clouded by such things as nostalgia and amiibos, making it the perfect force of evil. The subjective force have made me stronger thanks to your objective reviews, and now I gain the power to travel between time and dimensions. I was never able to defeat you in this dimension, SephirothSword57, but now I can leave and access millions of other dimensions. These other dimensions are similar to this dimension, but they're not identical. By accessing these dimensions, I can grind for XP much quicker than you. Next time you see me, I will be many levels above you, and I'll be able to one-hit kill you.
Oh.
By the way, I will keep my promise. Yes, Master.
Here we go.
Shadow.
You are no longer needed. What? I will release you, but in another dimension.
Uh-oh.
No, Shadow.
Goodbye for now, SephirothSword57.
Damn you, Nintendo!
何これだってばよ? SephirothSword57, a new portal is opening.
Here we go.
You are me. And I am you. From the future dimension.
That is the end. Now, it says Season 3 here, but Season 3 is officially known as SephirothSword57 Gaiden. This episode marks the end of the SephirothSword57 show. But it also marks the beginning of a new adventure. That's right. 6 hours and 30 minutes. Yes, it's almost 6.5 hours. We have one more episode to go, my swordlings. We have watched through all of the SephirothSword57 show. All 23 episodes. But there is more. There's one thing left. And it is SephirothSword57 Gaiden, Episode 1. Let us watch this. But before we do, I just want to point out from the last episode, someone showed up through a portal, SephirothSword57 got stabbed by a shadow clone. There's things that have not been explained properly. Yet. So let's check it out, shall we? Will we get our answers? Well, I can tell you now, no, you won't yet.
俺が死んでもおべててくるよ。俺は笑顔で死ぬからよ。
I'm late! Oi, Moniki!
と待って。サペントでおります。
ありがとう、ナナミ。
Hi, my name is Kensuke Dojinshi. I'm your normal 16-year-old high school student. I have amnesia, and I can't remember anything.
についてすぐに押してはいかませんか?
Don't be a fool. He's not ready for it yet.
Excuse me, that was my fault. I'm a simple fortune teller. I can read your future as compensation for rudely blocking your path. Nice! Since I don't remember anything from my past, maybe this fortune teller can help me understand my future.
That sounds amazing. Let's go.
Well then, please step into my shop. Let me take a look at your left hand. This is a strong hand. You must been through a lot.
I don't know, since I have amnesia and don't remember my past.
That's right.
I see.
It is revealed here that this... Is this SephirothSword57? He doesn't remember his past.
Well said. I mean Kensuke, I have some unfortunate news. At 12 o'clock high noon, your life on this planet will reach its end. You will die. Hey Kensuke, what's up? You just made it in time for class.
Ohio Tsuko. I had a really rough morning.
Yeah, tell me about it. Looks like Bob is late for school again.
As always.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
What's wrong?
何か恐ろしいことが時計で起こりだろう。それはだと思いますか?
We must find SephirothSword57.
So you're saying that you went to a fortune teller and he told you that your life will end at 12 o'clock? You have to find Aniki and talk to him about this. He knows about your past.
Ikkuyo!
What? I can't move.
That's right,
What's going on
Kensuke.
here?
It's you.
Don't try to move your legs. It won't work.
What have you done?
I haven't done anything. This is destiny. My powerful final attack can easily be dodged. But since it's your fate to die, the gods have taken your legs from you.
So you are my killer.
Kare wa soko ni iru. Kare o tatsuki yo.
No.
Naze? Anata wa kare shin no koto o nousonde imasu ka?
It will take us 2 minutes to get there. 2 minutes we don't have. His life will end in 1 minute.
Ara yada.
Getting
I
close.
think it's time to show you who I really am.
Here we go. Who is this?
Wait! I recognize you. My memory! Here at Death's store, I finally remember everything. My friends, Chrono, Cloud, Nanami, Noctis, 2B, and you, Shadow. I couldn't save you. I guess this is the end for me. SephirothSword57.
So, you got your memories back? Well, you can carry them with you to hell!
Here we go.
Final attack!
Getting close.
You better just stay where you are. You have no chance of surviving.
No, he's changing his future timeline.
And there it goes.
Nanami!
私は気分が悪かった。あなたは大丈夫ですか?
Don't worry, Nanami. I'm perfectly fine. You have some explaining to do, Aniki. As you know, I am from the future dimension. I need your help to defeat Nintendo in the other dimensions and timelines. Why, you ask? Well, since this is the only dimension where anime, manga, and JRPGs coexist, and you can learn all the cool moves and attacks from them, you have a great potential to become a dimension traveler like myself, and hopefully defeat Nintendo. However, you see that line I drew on the ground? Well, if you take one step forward, you accept the rigorous training that stands before you. You will leave all your faith in my hands. It will be tough. You might not make it. Though you will have to leave your friends behind, all alone, on the road. I understand if you can't handle it. The choice is yours.
Oh. Well, there we go.
You failed me, Kojima. Even though I took you in when no one else would.
I'm so sorry, Master.
It doesn't matter. I have more minions and XP than any living organism throughout the Dimension universe. I will have my dream, and you're not gonna stop me. SephirothSword57.
Here we go, my swordlings. Now this was 2018. Is when this was released. It's been quite a while. See you in the next episode. Yes. And there you have it, my swordlings. This has been the SephirothSword57 marathon. That was incredible. Now, we went a little longer than 5 hours, mostly because I had a lot of things to talk about in between episodes. But that was around 6 hours of content. Well, arigato everyone who has been watching. This has been quite an interesting evening, I would say. It might be the longest stream I've ever done, but it was well worth it. And for those of you who watched all of it, all these 6.5 hours, arigato so much. And of course, arigato to everyone who hopped in later on and watched for a little bit. I know most of you swordlings have seen these videos already, so. But for those of you who had questions and maybe you didn't quite understand some parts of the episodes, well, you've had me explain to you. This beat the last marathon stream. Well, that's good to know. I will agree. Absolutely. Now, hopefully this stream was not copyright claimed and made blocked. Hopefully not. Do you think Seth Daddy 57 will be redeemed in the future? Hard to tell. You'd think no, right? But you swordlings will have to wait and see what I have planned for the future, which is coming. There is more. I do a yearly rewatch of most eps. Well, that's good to know, Katie-san. Arigato for that. Yes, and maybe this was another. Hey, Seth-sama, you excited? Excited for what? Well, I am excited for a bunch of things. And I can't tell you, Swordlings, because here's the deal. With YouTube videos or any production in general, if you promise things, then all you really can do is, if you promise things you haven't done yet, then at the end of it, the longer it takes, the less interested people are gonna get. So all I'm saying, so I'm not gonna say what I'm working on, but I am working on a lot of stuff. Just so you know, this has been great. This has been amazing so far. I have been very impressed by these streams too. And for tomorrow's stream, do you know what will happen tomorrow, my swordlings? Does anyone have an idea for what would be happening on tomorrow's stream? Well, it's Sunday, which means that it's time for another art stream. You will go to work at no, it's the weekend. There's no job. And I have not gotten a job. Isn't tomorrow bills paying day? No, there's a couple of days left. Before the end of the month. But yes, it's an art stream. New costume reveal. Well, oh, an anonymous person donated $700. Oh wow, that is quite a bit. Arigato for the anonymous donation. Now, I didn't have a name on there, but that is a huge arigato from me. Amazing. Well, arigato so much. I had no idea Elon Musk was watching. Musk-san, I wouldn't be surprised if Elon-san is a fan of me. He seems to like Japanese culture, although he doesn't post a lot of Japanese stuff, so I had to unfollow him. But arigato so much. Now, well, I would still do an art stream tomorrow, because now I promised you swordlings that I will do an art stream, so I will be doing that. But arigato so much. The goal is reached, my swordlings. That is amazing. Well, I don't have to worry about anything anymore then. Hopefully, I'll also have a job soon. And then I can... I've got money for my internet bills are already paid for. Now I have enough to pay for all my debt and for this month's rent as well. How amazing. Well, that's really good. We reached the goal, my swordlings. It's a good idea to have a buffer for next month. Yes, so I will also be getting... I have sold some stuff. Not any personal important stuff. I have been doing work outside of YouTube and earned some money that I could well, I guess I will be saving that. And I've also will be getting stuff from YouTube. And I've also will be getting money from Twitch. And I will also get from, I guess, a little bit from Patreon as well. So those will be for the next month, in case I don't have a job yet. But I am working on it, and I'm going to, well, we need to know. Well, they were anonymous, so I'm going to say it was Ishikawa Goemon who stopped by to help out. Arigatou gozaimasu. Very generous. Well, let's remove that, shall we? Well, there we have it. I have been streaming now how long? I believe I've been streaming almost every day. Ishikawa Goemon-san strikes again. Yes. Amazing. Well, there will still be an art stream tomorrow now. I did say it. So if you swordlings want me to draw something tomorrow, you can stop by or just enjoy the art that will be made tomorrow. Because even if I had no request, I still have one idea that I want to do. Amazing. What a fun time. Well, let's see. I guess we can go just a couple. We've been going for 6 hours. We can go for 15 more minutes at least. I'll be here for tomorrow too. Okay, so the stream tomorrow, I will make sure to start at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, European Time, I mean. And it will be, which time? Wait, 8 should be, 3 a.m. Japanese time. Oh, well, I hope some of you Japanese swordlings. I had an idea for last art stream, but decided to save it for the next one. Ah, I see. Well, here's hoping you have luck with the job searching, Sef-sama. Your beard looks very presentable now. Well, it's always been, but I want it to be a bit longer than this. Well, arigato at least, Tifu-san. I will be getting a new job soon. This was great. I had a lot of fun. Me too, Dobo-san. And how are you swordlings enjoying the emotes in chat? There were a few new ones. Well, I'm glad you swordlings are enjoying the streams. Now, I'm curious to see how we're doing on the platforms. Oh, what is this? Oh, I guess. Okay, we still have some decent viewership. That's good. Personally, I shave my head and beard and have a imperial mustache, I had to trim down the sides as they constantly itch my cheeks. I bet they would. It was a fun trip down memory lane. As swordlings, we are growing together every day, overcoming new challenges and forging even stronger bonds. Yes, that's right. That is something important that you swordlings will know. You know a true swordling if they respect each other in chat. I've seen some low-ranked swordlings showing up and trying to start fights with other swordlings. You know those are not... They need to learn more. And by the way, when it comes to ranks, I have something planned for that for you swordlings that I think you will enjoy. Now, it's been... Well, I'm surprised I'm not tired. It's almost 4 a.m., my swordlings. But I kept my energy up because there was so much exciting stuff to watch. Alright, well, this was great. I have other plans for streams as well. Now, if I find a job and start working, you swordlings know I can't be streaming every day like I have been. But that doesn't mean I won't stream or have any other plans for streams. I have a lot of interesting plans, things I want to do for streams. So, if you ever, wondering if I will just stop streaming altogether, no, I won't. I want to be able to have at least 2 streams a month while I'm working on important stuff. Preferably it will be more often, but at least 2 streams, and I will be able to remind you swordlings in advance. Saturday or Sundays would be best for streams. Now, let me ask you swordlings here right now, since you have been here most of the stream. What is the best day, you think? Saturday or Sunday? I was thinking Sundays would be the better day, since it's a quiet, nice day. We can start early. Most people are just at home relaxing to prepare for the upcoming week. So I figured Sunday would be a good day, but I'm asking you swordlings what you think. Sunday. Yes, Sunday. That's what I thought. At least I think most swordlings would prefer Sundays. I think that the important part is to have respectful dialogue about games. Well, games and anime, culture and stuff, it's good to have respectful conversations, but it's also important to accept facts and objective analysis, which I think a lot of people lack, especially in the West. I would make time for Seph-sama no matter the day. Oh, that sounds really nice. Well... Oh, there's a fly in here. I don't know how that one got in. Oh, I opened the window earlier today. It was probably why. I can only have my windows open during the middle of the day, because in the morning the sun just stays against the window. So if I open the door, then it would just get hotter in my apartment. And of course, since I live in a slightly northern part of Sweden, we don't have any ACs in our apartments. So, and it has been tough the last, I would say, 10 years since summers have gotten way hotter. Some days, but there are times in the summer where it reaches 30 degrees Celsius in the shadow, and it is very, very humid in Sweden during the summer. It's really gross. I prefer some a little bit colder weather, but that's because we don't have ACs. If we had ACs, it would be a different. It would be way different. Oh, Ai-chan, we just finished. We finished all 24 videos. Well, 25 technically, but 24 videos. And we also reached the goal, the donation goal. So with this, it's almost like we're closing a chapter in a way. Doesn't it feel like it? Well, for tomorrow's stream, like I said before, we're doing an art stream tomorrow. So, in case anyone here is interested in getting a drawing made, you can of course think of what you want, or if you already have an idea for tomorrow, that would be good. Those art streams are very, very sugoi, in my opinion. Yes, well, it was someone who just wanted to help out, so I assume it was Ishikawa Goemon. Super Sugoi. Well then. That was good. Steph, I have been in and out of the stream. Everything I saw was Super Sugoi. This was a true marathon and a whirlwind of emotions for me. Ah, Vincent, but that's great. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying it. I personally enjoyed it a lot and got to see reactions from Swordlings. I even saw some of them who haven't seen some of the episodes and got to see them for the first time. Now, looking back at the SephirothSword57 show, I can say for sure that there is not a single episode that hasn't held up. Well, the original Chrono Trigger one, maybe. But the new and improved one? Oh, it's one of the better ones, I think. Now, of course, there are some episodes that I would say are better than other ones. And there's always gonna be one at the bottom, but even then, all of them hold up, and I still believe that what was said in those videos were truth. Well, that's what happens when... Of course you're gonna agree if the videos are all about objective fact truths. How can you disagree? That's how it ages well. When people aren't just throwing out their objective or their subjective opinions, you know it's not going to age badly. Now, there's a lot of content creators who have made videos and said things, and then they go back. I've seen this many times, and they even claim that everyone who's made content and go back and watch their old stuff always feel embarrassed by it. And that's how you know that, wow, these people, they I guess they just are okay with making subjective content and embarrassing themselves. My Swordlings, remember, keep objectivity in mind. pray for the objective force and strive to always stay true to facts. And you will never have to worry about being embarrassed about your past. Yes, an example of a subjective opinion is condemning games one hasn't played. Yes, absolutely. Which is why all the reviews I do is of games I have played. So yes, my swordlings, this is going to be the end of the stream. This 7-hour long marathon. And my swordlings, I have to say arigato to everyone who watched the stream. And a huge arigato for all the donations, including, of course, our little Ishikawa Goemon, who stopped by at the end there. Well, my swordlings, I hope you had a great time. And for tomorrow's stream, remember, art stream tomorrow at 8 p.m. European time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, and 3 a.m. Japanese time. And with that, I hope you swordlings have a good night, evening, morning, or day. And I will see you tomorrow on the art stream. Moshi mosh!